Yeah.
May
I'm gonna get you a glass.
Oh, maybe I am having a count.
I have to go to Uxbridge that day.
Ready, everybody? I'll introduce the members of the council. Councilor Terrence Kennedy. Next to him, Councilor Paul DiPaolo, Tara Jacobs, Tamisha Civil, and Mara Dolan. And I believe Eunice Ziegler is on Zoom. Good morning, Mr. Riordan. I'm going to read a letter dated April 16th addressed to the council. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate John Riordan to the position of Clerk Magistrate of the Northeast Housing Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Sincerely, Maura Healey, Governor. Before we hear from you, I know you have a lot of distinguished guests here. If you want to introduce these folks at this point, that's fine.
Thank you kindly. To my left is my son Jack, his son Colin, my wife Donna, Rita Mendez from Brockton, State Representative and good friend, Marlene Amadei, Head of Haitian Community Partners in Brockton, Person Zawicka from Con Kavanagh, and Bill Griffin from the Brockton Redevelopment Authority, past chair, and my brother Ted, one of my brothers.
Thank you. I have your witness list. We'll hear from them first. Let's hear from Rita Mendez. How are you? Good morning. You can sit or stand, whatever you would like.
Thank you so much for having us here this morning. So my name is Rita Mendez, and I am originally from Brazil. I'm a practicing attorney in the city of Brockton, and I'm also a state representative, and I represent the city of Brockton. I am very honored to be here today and have this opportunity to speak on behalf of John Riordan. We call him Jack. And thank you so much for this great decision to nominate him to the clerk magistrate position. It is a very important position, especially for those who are self-represented. Being in court can be very scary with many unknowns, especially for those who cannot speak, read, or write English. Many are seeking assistance and require a clerk magistrate who can understand and speak their language. So at the office, Jack speaks Spanish with his clients pretty much all day. And if I were to describe him in a few words, I would say that Jack is a person that really has a huge heart. So every December, a steady stream of people come to the office to see Jack, to say thank you, especially to bring him some baked goods. And it's not uncommon to hear people say, if it were not for Jack getting them off the streets, they would have ended up in jail and much worse situations in their lives. I remember one time when a young boy came to the office for an appointment due to a problem in court, and he was accompanied by his grandparent. It was cold and the child did not have a coat. The next time I saw that young boy in the office, he was wearing a coat. That coat was given by Jack to his grandfather to give to him, and that he didn't even know it was a present from Jack. And that really describes him. He just will do things for people without seeking anything in return, without seeking a thank you, just really to make people look good. And the list is endless of acts of caring. There was one time that we took an immigration case pro bono, where other lawyers would not take this young man's case, especially for the fact that he was gay and he faced prosecution back in his home country. Today, that young boy, he's a US citizen, and if it weren't for Jack fighting for him, he would not be here in America today and doing so well. Many people of the community really come to rely on Jack. Jack knows that being able to reach out to people of many cultures, giving them respect, explaining the complicated court system, making sure that they understand what's going to happen, it really helps them. And being in court can be a traumatizing thing, but just being able to explain it in the language of the community, it helps that access to justice. And that's what Jack is all about. We all deserve that access to justice. He understands that part of that access to justice really means to be vigilant. So a vote by this council for confirmation really means that our communities will be better served. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the representative? Councilor Jacobs.
First off, thank you so much for coming and sharing that. It was incredibly, I just really appreciate the testimony that you shared on his behalf. I'm just curious about how you guys know each other,
Yes.
like what your experience is with each other, how long you've worked since law, like how do you know all these details?
Yes. So I am here today as a state representative because when I was still in law school, I just happened to be in court translated for one of Jack's clients. And I explained that I was in law school and I lived in Brockton and took so much interest in me. And he said, just come to the office, anything that you need. And I started working at Jack's office right during law school. And then when I was practicing for the bar, he said, just take the office in the back. I'll keep paying you. You go study for your bar. You're going to become an attorney, and anything that you need, just let me know. And he kept on paying me while I was studying for the bar. And when I got my license, he was like, now we're starting your own practice. Just keep that office in the back and start referring me clients and helping me get started with my own law office. And when the seat opened up in the city council in Brockton, he said, you're fantastic with people, you're running for office. And I said, sure. So I got elected as a council at large because he saw something in me that I didn't really see in myself. And I never really had a father or anybody. So he was just really took that interest in me. So my mentor. So I'm here today because
Amazing, thank you.
Jim,
Thank you. Councilor Kennedy.
no, most state representatives aren't brave enough to come into this room. But what kind of practice do you do?
Immigration.
Primarily immigration?
Primarily immigration, but we do some family law cases, personal injuries. But I started my practice because I wanted to help. I can speak Portuguese and Spanish, and in the South Shore area, not many other attorneys can have that expertise. So obviously, the huge Brazilian community, Latinos will come to the office. So immigration courts, yes,
Immigration today, you're gonna be
very busy.
well, thank you for coming down. It's always a pleasure to have somebody from the house come in. It doesn't happen too often, so it says a lot.
Thank you.
My son works for an immigration law firm, Fragaman. It's actually the largest immigration law firm in the world. Okay, nice to see you, and thank you for coming.
Appreciate it.
And feel free to, bump our pay when you go back down the hall with them.
We're working on that budget, so it's very busy with. Yes.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kirsten Zwicker.
Morning.
Morning.
Representative Mendez, you've given me a very tough act to follow, so I appreciate that. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Kirsten Zwicker, and I am thrilled and thankful that you've allowed me to be here today as witness for my friend and colleague, Jack Riordan. I refer to John as Jack because I've known him for over 30 years. I myself have been a practicing attorney in the Commonwealth now for 28 years. But I first met Jack while a student in law school, working at a Brockton firm and attending law school at night. After 15 years as a solo practitioner, I moved my practice to Boston, where I humbly appear before you this morning as a partner and chair of the Domestic Relations Department at Concavna over on Federal Street. When I first met Jack, I was a law student clerking part-time in the same space that Jack was working in. Despite the dynamics of our age, gender, and practice, Jack was approachable, encouraging in my future endeavors. Jack was always inclusive, dynamic, and liberal with his time for my questions, and there were many questions back then. I won't bore you with how he taught me how to prosecute a case, but what I will say is that he was always respectful and kind in assisting me in navigating very unfamiliar waters at that time. He was doing a lot of civil work. And as he has done his own law practice, Jack has served the greater Brockton community area for the last 30 years. Jack truly walks the walk and talks the talk. Jack was born and raised in the city of Champions. He speaks Spanish fluently and exudes confidence, kindness, and comfort, which is so rare in people. Jack is truly the salt of the earth that has served the public since his early years in the United States Navy. Jack is seeking Magistrate of the Northeast Housing Court, a community of people very similar to Brockton. The clerk's office in every court is arguably the point of the public's first contact with the trial court. The housing court in particular is perhaps one of our most important courts in the Commonwealth. People there are facing eviction and homelessness, while conversely, owners are struggling to meet their own needs. An overwhelming number of tenants are put in a very difficult position of having to be self-represented, while many landlords have counsel. And almost always, there are underlying reasons why this is happening: mental illness, crime, addiction, unemployment, domestic abuse, or simply a lack of affordable housing. Jack has consistently been a lawyer by day while transforming into a public servant at night. His telephone booth changed from lawyer to Plymouth County Commissioner or the champion of charitable causes such as the Boys and Girls Club and his own initiative that Representative Mendez just spoke of, where he distributes winter coats to underprivileged children, speaks to his commitment to public service. I am confident Jack will bring his 40 years of experience in public service to the housing court. He will bridge the disconnect between legal process, resources, and procedure. His diverse trial work, ability to connect with virtually anyone, and charitable nature is a treasured resource that should not be squandered. I have no doubt that Jack's best years of service are ahead of him. In closing, I'd like to thank you for all the extremely important work you do. I am witness to the product of your efforts, and you are doing a remarkable job. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming. That will exhaust the list of folks who want to speak on behalf of Mr. Riordan. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition? There being no one in opposition, at this point, we'll hear from you, Mr. Riordan.
Thank you. I am humbled and honored to be nominated as the clerk magistrate. I want to thank Governor Healy, Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for the nomination. I also want to thank Sonia Altamirano and the staff of the Governor's Council. I thank you, Governor's Councilors, for your hard work in vetting candidates like myself. I would like to share with you a little bit about myself. I was born in Brockton, City of Champions. I am the son of John and Elsie Riordan. My parents were part of the greatest generation, and like many who grew up during that time, my father served in World War II, and so did his 4 siblings. During the war, my mother was Rosie the Riveter. I am sure many of us remember that iconic poster of the woman with the red bandana flexing her muscles as she worked in the shipyards. That was my mom. Later in life, those skills came in handy when my brothers and I wanted a weight bench. She took us to the local scrapyard, gathered some metal pipe, and showed us how to weld a weight bench. While working full-time in the shipyard, my mother attended Boston University at night. When my father returned from the war, he attended Notre Dame on the GI Bill. After college, they both became social workers, which is how they met. They married and had 6 children. Although we grew up with modest means, my siblings and I had a great childhood. Despite raising 6 children, when I was in middle school, my mother became a business owner. During holidays, she started by selling flowers on street corners. Eventually, she opened a Brockton flower shop. Myself and my siblings all worked at the shop. Now I'm going to tell you all something that most people don't know about me. I was a certified FTD floral designer. My specialty was wedding flowers. I attended Brockton Public Schools and graduated from Brockton High School. While in high school, I participated in sports and extracurricular activities. After high school, I graduated from the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. I enjoyed my time there. However, my finest day at UMass Amherst was when I saw my son Colin graduate at Eisenberg School. I experienced another very proud moment the year before Colin graduated, when I proudly watched my other son, Jack, graduate from the College of the Holy Cross. They are both graduates of Marshfield High School. After college, I pursued my desire to become a lawyer. I attended New England School of Law. After graduation from law school, I joined the Navy Reserve because I wanted to serve my country like my father. After being commissioned as a naval officer, I served for over a decade as a naval reservist in many places such as South America and the Mideast. Serving abroad was an eye-opening experience. I saw how lucky we are in the United States to have such protections as due process, the right to counsel, and trial by a jury of your peers. While serving as a reservist, I worked as an assistant district attorney. After leaving the district attorney's office, I went to work as a trial attorney for Liberty Mutual Insurance Company, defending a broad spectrum of cases across the Commonwealth. Although in the military, I was giving back to my country, I wanted to give back to the city I grew up in, Brockton. Myself and others saw the need for a safe place for children to be after school. So we launched a concerted effort to start the Boys and Girls Club of Brockton. I eventually became president of the Boys and Girls Club. And while president, we were able to acquire an old armory where the Boys and Girls Club stands today. Even after leaving the presidency of the Brockton Boys and Girls Club, I continued my community service. I noticed children at bus stops without coats and backpacks. This prompted me to start the Mochila Project, which brought backpacks and coats to children of Brockton. Mochila in Spanish means backpack. I was honored to receive the Massachusetts Bar Association Community Service Award. Ultimately, I opened my own law practice in Brockton, where I came full circle when I set up my practice at my mother's old flower shop, which I purchased. I have practiced law and served the community for over 30 years. My practice focuses on trial work and helping people. It runs the gamut and includes workers' right cases and wage cases, workers' compensation, criminal defense, bankruptcy, personal injury. I also served as chief outside legal counsel for the Brockton Redevelopment Authority. With my language ability in Spanish, I serve a portion of the community that most people are unable to serve. Although I'm proud of my career, what I'm most proud of are my two sons. Sometimes I was a coach, and sometimes I was a fan in the stands. Being a dad is the best job I ever had. I am who I am today because of my Brockton roots, my parents, my siblings, my friends, my co-workers, and most of all, the most important person in my life, my best friend, my wife, Donna. All these people, especially my wife, have taught me humility and the importance of helping the less fortunate. It is important to help people, not because you want something in return, just because they need it. Don't ask for anything in return. I thank you all for inviting me here today, and I would ask you to confirm my nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from the councilors. I believe Eunice Ziegler, Councilor Ziegler, is on webcam. Do you have any questions of the nominee, Councilor Ziegler?
I do. Thank you so much, Councilor Iannella. It is an honor to be here and to have this conversation with you, Mr. Riordan. Thank you for putting your hat in the ring, and congratulations on making it to this point. We had a lovely conversation last week relative to your candidacy. And I just wanted to kind of touch base on some of those questions that we went over and ask you some new questions as well. So, you know, you've put your hat in the ring for the housing court, and housing, as we've discussed, is very near and dear to my heart. Housing advocacy is near and dear to my heart. And so we talked about some of the challenges that you see in the court. And I thought that was fitting to kind of have that conversation, you know, in the public forum as well. And so for the housing court, what are some initiatives that you are looking to spearhead in this role?
Thank you. Housing, as we all know, is a hot topic today. There's a crisis in Massachusetts and across the country with affordable housing. the people that I've represented my whole life, just helping people in the community. I understand the need for when people come to court, access to justice really means they need to understand what's going on. And what that means is they need to understand in their own language. If they don't understand what's going on, it's really a deprivation of due process. The housing court does a wonderful job with in-person interpreters, but there's a shortage, so that's why they have the language line. I think that that's great. However, what we need to do, because I really believe with interpretation, in-person interpretation is better, and it's provides a better interpretation, and I think we should, that's one initiative we should move forward with. The housing court also uses virtual meetings, pre-trial conferences and conferences. However, I think what we need to do is to continue to expand that for more types of proceedings in the housing court and other courts.
One other thing that you mentioned when we spoke relative to initiatives is you talked about when individuals enter into the court and the signage that is the signage that, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The signage that is, that greets them as they walk into the court system, and how important it is to make sure that, we're thinking about that in a different way. And I loved how you mentioned perhaps having a screen there that they could find their own language for that signage and just have more access. And I think that is key, especially now that we see the challenges with housing insecurity on the rise. So it's, necessary to be as creative as possible to expand access for all persons. We talked a little bit about your strengths as well. The fact that you are bilingual and that you do try to prioritize that language access, I think is something that is very key. Even when we met the other day, you had a client that was Spanish speaking only who you were trying to assist, and you were able to, I appreciate the flexibility that you were able to meet with me, but also assist that client as well in the interim. So, flexibility is key, for this office that you are, a candidate for. It is a front facing office that really helps to set the tone for individuals coming into the court system as to how efficiently the court is going to run. Wanted to talk a little bit more about your views on trauma-informed practices relative to the clients that you serve. So we talked about trauma as being something that majority of the clients that would come before the office are experiencing, whether it be from the process itself or just being in the court space. So can you talk a little bit more about how you would use or utilize that lens to create an environment that was conducive to justice?
That's a great question, because anybody that is involved in the courts, especially people dealing with people that have to go to court, you realize that eviction is a traumatizing event, not just on the person being evicted. Children, the studies that show there's developmental issues that develop. So yes, that's a great topic to discuss. I think there needs to be more discussion on that issue, and I think the courts are discussing that. I think that we need to have, when people come into the court, the staff needs to be trained to spot these issues. And we cannot give legal advice, but we certainly could make referrals to people in the community and services for them.
Thank you. And so, you've had a long career of assisting others in the community. I know that I can speak for myself, and I believe my other counselors, that we've received some letters of support or have had conversations with individuals who are very supportive of your candidacy. Why do you feel that now is a good time to go forward for this role?
I've always wanted to, although I've been involved in the community in public service in the past, this is a more formal way. It allows me to do the same thing, but from a different position, a different stance in life. And I feel I can be more effective and continue on helping people, but from the position of a clerk magistrate.
I think that's critically important too. One of the questions I like to ask candidates who are putting their name forth for this role is, a large part of being a clerk magistrate is the administrative piece, right? Ensuring that the staffing environment is a healthy one, because a healthy staffing environment would lead to efficient running of the office and ultimately efficient running of the courts. How would you, as an administrator, essentially in this role, seek to establish a healthy work environment by which the staff is productive?
I've always felt that you need to create a staff that like to come to work. It's a happy place to work. The staff needs to want to come to work. If you don't have that and you don't create that type of environment that people like to come to work and they like the people they work with, I believe it affects the overall efficiency of the office. It's simply talking to people, speaking to people, how are you doing, how we can getting to know people by showing an interest in their lives and listening, but letting them know you're listening. That goes a long way, creating a happy workplace. And if that could be created, or it does exist and continually enforced, that's fantastic, because when people are happy with their workplace, they will deal with the public in a more courtesy. Continue to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate your responses, and I appreciate your vulnerability and your willingness to think outside the box. It's critically important for the role of clerk magistrate, especially since, not many people really realize its impact and the power that you have to set the tone for the courts, especially housing court. And so just thank you for taking the time to meet with me prior, and again, congratulations on getting to this stage.
Thank you very much. Councilor Terrence Kennedy.
Let me tell you something that's going to surprise you. I worked at a florist. I was a florist and ever through high school and into college. I used to deliver flowers for them, for Jerry and Annette Zaccato. And when I opened up my law practice, I opened up in their building where I was for 28 years. Similar to what you did, till I bought my own building a few years back. And I'm gonna tell you, after 42 years of practicing law, I wish I became a florist. Where do you live?
Marshfield.
The Northeast housing courts like Lawrence and Salem, right? Like, I don't do any housing work, but that's a tough commute. Yeah, I go to court every day. I go to Brockton, I go to Plymouth, I go everywhere, And sometimes you're gonna be sitting in traffic for a very, very long time. You're gonna be going through Boston, all the way up to Salem. Where's the clerk's office mainly located?
Lawrence.
Lawrence? That's a tough commute. How are you gonna handle that? You're gonna be commuting at least 3.5 hours a day. So there's a word in Spanish for early riser. It's called madrugadora. And I, instead of getting up and going to the gym early, you need the gym too. You can't give that up. Going to the gym early, instead of getting up at 5 or 5:30 doing that, I will simply get up, commute, and go to the YMCA in Lawrence or Lowell. And then I'll be there early. So in my law practice, I travel around the state. Yes, my practice is in Brockton. I'm in Lowell, Lawrence, not too much Springfield area, but Worcester, Orleans. As you do, I'm in all the courts, I'm traveling anyways, to avoid the traffic. I'll just get up and go to the gym in that area.
I was in Brockton on Saturday, not for a good reason, it was for a memorial service with Clerk Creedy. It was, my cousin had passed away and they were best friends growing up in Brockton. He gave a very nice talk about this pub there. I was trying to remember the name of it because I was thinking the next time I went there, maybe I'd go by, but anyway, we had a long talk on the phone. We talked for almost a good hour about, your plans and what's going on and the plans for the court. I talked a little bit about something that I consider very important, and that is the lag time to get a trial there. I understand it's about 6 months. That sound about right?
That is a problem, especially in all housing courts, and maybe due to the sheer volume of cases, I'm not sure, but it certainly is something we need to have a discussion.
So, a lot of people think that, like, the housing issues are huge issues and, there's a lot of people in need of housing. I think there was an article in the Globe, last week that talked about, like, third of the people in need of low-income housing are being accommodated in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. There are hundreds of thousands of people without it, and that's an issue. But there's another side to that too, and that is there's a lot of small landlords, people who own, 2-family, 3-family homes, especially in places like Florence, that they need that rent money to pay the mortgage. And I'm not talking about the big conglomerate landlords. I get that, that's a different issue. But when they have to wait 6 months and they're not getting paid, that can cause a significant hardship. What kind of things you think you can do to move that along when you're in charge?
I think that there's mediation available, but I think maybe we need to look at that. If we can get people to agree and resolve it, that's great. With a heavy emphasis on that, and we're gonna need additional interpreters. That's the best way, I think, to resolve a case. I'm cognizant of the issues that you spoke about. It's a great question because it's it's present.
Well, as I said, we had a long conversation on the phone. He answered all of my questions, and of course, my good friend Judge Farrell's been all over me. I'm hoping he leaves me alone if I vote. I'm all set. I'm out of here.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor DiPaolo.
Thank you, Counselor. Good morning. Thank you for your service. I don't know how you're gonna do it on Route 3. I just don't know how you're gonna admire the gumption to go after it. The questions that have already been asked have hit on what's important in terms of the role of the clerk in the housing court. I'm very impressed with the testimony from your witnesses. I have no questions for you. I look forward to supporting you when your name comes up.
Thank you.
May I say one other thing, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, real quick, yes.
The chairman's a big supporter of yours, by the way. When your name came up, we had a conversation about it. He absolutely was a big supporter. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Jacobs.
Thank you. Hi. So some of the questions I was gonna ask you have already been asked, but, how much time have you spent, if any, in the Northeast Housing Court?
Not much time, but I've spent a lot of time with people and understanding people and self-represented litigants in all the courts of the Commonwealth.
I appreciate that. I'm curious about specifically the Northeast Housing Court, since that's where you've been nominated to, and so do you have any familiarity or relationships with the current clerical staff at the Northeast Housing Court?
I know who the acting clerk is, yes.
Excuse me, could you speak up just a little loud?
I know who he is. Is it begins with an I, Innes, or I
I
have.
actually don't even know, so I'm just kidding, because I'm aware they've suffered a loss of the prior clerk. And so I'm curious about your understanding around just sort of staff morale as it stands currently. And I really am not familiar with who is currently in the acting role. So I'm curious about what your understanding and what your relationships are.
I think in the clerk's office up there, I think that people need some leadership. And they need some loyalty begins at the top with the clerk towards the employees. I think they need to, they want to move along. They want to get things going. And I think they need to reinforce team building. And as a need, there's been a big absence due to the prior clerk. So yes, that's an issue, and I'm ready to address it. And I believe that I can continue to bring people together and make it, and continue to make it an efficient, or more efficient.
Have you already made inroads in any way? Are you speaking from like having actually interacted with some of the current staff to reflect what they're feeling, or you're just sort of?
Some people off the record up there. But it, you know, it's a, anytime you don't have anybody as a leader, it's for a long period of time, it can affect.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That leads to my next area I wanted to talk to you about is your management style, how you describe your management style, your experience managing a significantly sized staff. Are there 2 courts at the Northeast Housing Court, or are there more than 2?
No, there's 4. It's
Four.
Lowell and Lawrence staffed full-time. Salem is 1 day a week, and Woburn is 1 day a week.
Do they travel?
Yeah, so yes, the Lawrence court's open all the time. Lowell court's open all the time. This case is being heard there. Salem and Woburn are 1 day, different days a week. I don't know if it's Tuesday, I think Tuesday's Woburn court. The staff is when you go to the Woburn court, the Salem court, there's nobody there during the week. And that can be a problem. Address that with access to justice. You're poor and you're from Woburn, how do you go get up to Lawrence to file something?
So are you saying the days of the week that those courts are not holding housing court, there's no clerical presence for people who are coming in to file?
For Woburn.
For Woburn only, for Salem there is.
On the days they're open, 1 day a week, yes.
That's a very good point. So to my question on your management style, how would you describe how your experience managing and the style that you would, how would you describe your approach to management, particularly when there may be?
My approach is when you walk in the morning, just don't walk in, stop and speak to your staff. Ask them how their weekend was. Get to know them, what's going on in their lives. Let them know you listen. Have communication. Maybe after work, set up a softball team. Might be just getting the clerk's office together and going out after work. But it's all about relationship. You need to build relationships, and that takes time. So it's asking them questions about their lives and how they're doing.
Looking at your career and your management experience, what's the largest staff you've managed?
Liberty Mutual, there was probably 20 to 25 people.
Looking at your caseload, what percentage of your experience has been at the housing court?
When I was at Liberty Mutual, there was a plethora of cases, lead paint exposure cases. And I was the one that handled those in the state, including the housing court. Those cases have kind of gone away, the last 15 years. That was my first exposure. My exposure today is we'll be in the office, people will come in and they'll have a lease or have a piece of paper and it's an eviction or it's a lease and they don't read English. So although I will not go, but I'll look at things like, did they get proper notice under the law? And sometimes we'll write up a motion in opposition. And as you know, the rules were allowed, we have attorneys to do that several years ago without filing appearance. So that's quite frequently an event in our office. When I say quite frequently, 3 to 4 people a week. So I'm well versed with what's going on with evictions, and I'm well versed with the number of people facing evictions. The other aspect, I have many people that come in refund on their security deposit. So we'll provide some guidance on that and lay out for what they need to tell and say.
Basic tenant rights type stuff. You had applied to be a judge a number of times and then applied to 3 different courts as clerk magistrate more recently. So I'd just like to hear from you how you would describe, your motivation around the various applications you've made when you decided, rather than pursuing judge, clerk magistrate appeal to you. I tried to find it in here, but I want to say it was juvenile court, housing court, and was it probate court? The third one? There were 3 clerk magistrate postings that you applied to at the same time. So I'm just curious about your sense of your motivation, your reasoning, what your goals are, why this appeal to you, why you believe yourself to be fit for the various things that you've applied for.
My whole legal career, my life has been about helping people, whether you're a judge or a clerk, it's the same thing. It's about access to justice, it's about helping people. Either of those are on that level, and that's important. So whether it be a magistrate or a judge, you're able to help people in the community, be able to be fair, partial, even-tempered, and assist them in the cases that are coming before us.
So access to justice is an area that I very much am focused on and appreciate you highlighting. And I think your language that you bring, being a bilingual, trilingual, just
Yes.
Spanish. That's really important. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate when you were talking to Counselor Ziegler, talking about signage and forms or, access to people who are able to translate live. The language line is great, but having someone present in the room, I think, makes all the difference. Besides, and I do think language is a very big component of the access to justice landscape, but there's more. So I'm just curious what other aspects of access to justice you've given thought around, if you have any thoughts about implementation beyond language.
The Woburn Court is not open every day. If you have a legal issue, and it also, presently, most things must be filed electronically. Most people that are living below the poverty line don't have computers. So there's no public transportation between Woburn and Lawrence. So how do you get there? And how do you do that? I really think that access to justice is one example here, is seeing that the Woburn Court is open all the time. So people can come in. The issues can be addressed. That's a significant issue in this situation.
No, I appreciate you saying all that. So I represent Western Mass, and all of the issues you just outlined are equally present in our part of the state, and I know other parts of the state as well. So it's one of those dialogues that I think is so important to continue to have to move the needle forward towards making accessibility more and more available. And I will say, I don't know if they have, I don't know about the rest of the state, but in my part of the state, there are legal kiosks that are available in libraries and schools and various places where it's easily accessible by the community, that are very user-friendly ways of filing on the different courts. So I don't know if you have that available in the Northeast Housing Court area, but accessibility in terms of digital equity that you were talking about is really an issue where we are. And so I appreciate you mentioning it. I think things like a kiosk can help bridge some of those gaps. I will end it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Silver.
Thank you.
Hi, John, how are you? Congratulations on your nomination and thank you for your service. I know we spoke and we had a pleasant conversation. And I was very intrigued how, if my memory serves me correct, that you self-taught yourself how to speak Spanish. And that spoke volumes to me, especially being bilingual myself, and I know the importance of going into a courtroom where you don't speak English as the first language and you need someone to really understand you at that time, given the vulnerable point that you in your life, going to court and magistrate. My question for you would be, how will you ensure that housing court proceedings are conducted fairly, especially for those who don't speak English as their first language? Or for landlords, there are some good ones. There also are some bad ones. And for tenants, there are some excellent tenants, but also there are some tenants that just doesn't understand. So how would you make sure that housing court proceedings are conducted fairly for both parties?
The actual diction will be done by a judge. However, there's a significant portion that when people walk into a courthouse, that's within my bailiwick or the clerk's bailiwick. And I feel that when people come in, we should have people that are bilingual in various languages. Many people come into the court, they have no idea where they're supposed to go. They have no idea of the process. And certainly under the rules, we can explain the process to them. That may be in the morning. Maybe instead of standing behind the counter when people come in, stand outside and say good morning in whatever their language is. That's usually people, or you're here for X, Y, Z. You go to court. Generally, this is the process. You're in the courtroom. Explain it to people. I think once the trial begins, there's not much, that's the judge's bailiwick. But certainly, we can be involved significantly in explaining processes, people else what's going on in different languages.
Thank you. And my last question would be, is we know court hearings can take a long time. What are some of the steps that you take to make sure that you're conducting mediation effectively when you can do it?
You have to explain to people that this is available, but a lot of people use the word mediation and they don't understand it, so you gotta break it down.
Right.
And you gotta tell people, maybe give them a couple examples. That would be great. People will agree, cut down the time lag in cases. So I think it's education.
Thank you very much. Councilor Dolan.
Thank you. Congratulations on your nomination. I really appreciated your coming out to Concord to meet with me. I'm impressed with your character, your heart, your intelligence, as well as Councilor Ionella's strong support for your nomination. Being almost last, many of the questions that I want to ask have already been asked, which is great. Thank you, councilors, for making my job easier today. And I just so wanted you to share with folks something that you shared when we met, that I think speaks volumes about your recognizing issues that need to be addressed and your willingness to go the extra mile. And also having practiced in Lawrence for 10 years in the district and juvenile courts, I can speak to how important it is that you can speak Spanish fluently when you're working with those communities. And I also want to let you know that Woburn is in my district. So I hope to have contact with you there if you are confirmed. You talked about representing clients in pro bono work that you do, who are not citizens of the United States. And that because of what's happening right now, they are fearful of what may happen if they are taken into custody. And you told me about getting the powers of attorney. Can you tell us about that and what that means and why you were motivated to do that?
Sure. So Representative Mendez and myself have seen this, and not too long ago, received a call in the office from a person who was talking about another person who had been taken into custody. The child was at school. No one could go to the school and assist the child and take the child, but rightly so, the school department didn't know who this was. So we have this child that is stuck in school. And then we realized there really needed to be created a power of attorney. So if you thought this might happen to you, then you would need a power of attorney, which would allow your friend, your relative, your aunt, your sister to go to school and take custody of this child, but also in that to allow you to consent to medical treatment for this child. This is happening. There are children that are being left behind. And so what we've done is we've been providing free power of attorneys, explaining it to people. So they would come in, would give them the power of attorney, and their friend would have the power of attorney. So if that particular person was picked up by immigration, that friend could go to school, bring the child home, care for the child. And so we've been doing a lot of that.
I appreciate that. And just one other question, which isn't really a question because I know the answer as we've talked about it. But the other counselors and people watching. That issue that I just raised is related to increasing federal intrusion in our state courts. We just saw a county judge in Wisconsin who was, I believe, wrongfully arrested. We had ICE in the Boston Municipal Court. And I think the public needs to know that if that happens under your watch, that you will do the right thing and uphold our law.
Follow the law.
Not afraid to do the right thing.
I'm not afraid to do the right thing.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Just a few questions. First of all, it was a pleasure to speak with you on the phone. How many cases would you think over the last 5 years you've had in the Northeast Housing Court, if any?
I haven't had any, but I've had many cases.
I got it. I think your biggest challenge, okay, because, a lot of people sit in that seat, who like you, I mean, you live over here and you're gonna work over here. You're not in the community. I think the biggest challenge you're gonna have is the people who work there now. Who's this outsider? It happens all the time, whether it's the clerk of the Brockton District Court or whatever. First of all, is there a first assistant? I'm not familiar with the housing court, the Northeast Housing Court. Is there a first assistant? Is there a second assistant? How does that work?
His assistants, and the first, I believe it's the first assistant is acting as the acting clerk.
Okay. And I don't know anything about this person. Do you know whether or not this person applied for the job?
I would assume they would have.
Okay. You'd have to assume, a reasonable person would assume that here's this guy Riordan coming in, and I'm either the first or the second assistant. I'm not happy. I mean, that's just normal, the way life works. I'm not happy. Hey, I've been the first or the second assistant for a number of years. I live in the community, and this guy from Marshfield, an hour and a half away, suddenly comes in. That to me is your biggest challenge. Your thoughts?
I found out in life,
I'm sorry?
I found out in life that when you lead by example, you come in, difficult situations, you take yourself, you don't pawn them off on other people, that you do a stellar job, you win people over. And when you care about your staff, you assist them, things change if that exists.
Have you had an occasion to speak to the first assistant? Do you have any plans?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's a big one. I mean, I don't know who he is, but he or she's not happy. But I wouldn't be happy if I was the second assistant. I think another challenge would be whatever that person does as the first assistant, his or her job responsibilities. I would hope that you're not gonna, I know you gotta come in, you wanna make sure the place is running properly. I think you have to be a little more sensitive to the first and second assistant than maybe some other employees. So if that person is doing ABC as their main responsibilities, I would hope, I'd like to know your thoughts, that you're not gonna come in and say, okay, first assistant, yeah, now you're doing this, you know, and this person hasn't done this in many, many years.
I think by respecting them is listening to them and honoring their, well, listening to them and understanding what they're talking about and relying on them. And I think that shows respect and it conveys to them that you're a good manager.
Because that's one thing I do when someone's appointed a clerk. Oftentimes I'll say, hey, how was this guy? How was she? How was she? You know, I talk to either, more likely than not, a first assistant. Not all the time. Most of them say, yeah, they treated me with respect and dignity. Others say, oh, he or she's awful. Now I have to come in. This time I have to do this. I've never done this before. So just think of that. That's what I would suggest. How many people will you be supervising?
I don't know the exact number, but I think it's probably 30 to 40.
And that is, you said there's different courts, correct? Okay. And do clerks go from one court to another?
So the Lawrence Court has a full-time staff. The Lowell Court, I think there's under 5 or 6 people there in the Lowell Court all the time. Nobody in the other 2 courts unless they're sitting.
Okay, again, just my suggestion, if that first assistant hasn't been traveling to this court or that court, I hope you're not gonna make the person suddenly travel. You got my point where I'm coming from. What about Zoom? Again, I don't do anything in the housing court. Are there any hearings that are done by Zoom?
Yes, there are.
And what's your position on that? Some clerks, some judges want you to come in. Clearly, most like the Zoom. What's your thoughts?
I'm a big advocate on Zoom. People shouldn't have to take a whole day off of work. I think it's a great tool that we have it, and we should try to use it more.
I agree with you on that. I mean, people have childcare issues. They got all sorts of issues. You know, I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, I don't have any further questions. Good to see your family here. Two great colleges, Holy Cross, UMass, Amherst, top of the line. Yeah, I have 4 kids, so I know about college. They're all out of college, but yeah, no, you've done great. You've done great. What a great support staff you have. This is the best right here, the 3 of them. You have a nice family. Like I said, we had a nice conversation on the phone, and when your name comes before the council, I'll be more than happy to support you.
Thank you.
That will conclude the hearing, and thank everybody for coming.
All right, everyone. Okay. Thanks, everyone. It sounds like we're ready to get started, so I'd like to recognize Counselor Jacobs for a moment of reflection and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. So I thought today I would like to take this moment for us to reflect on all the turmoil that's happening out there and to give support and appreciation to the people who are organizing, who are acting on behalf of our democracy and justice and human rights in our country, and to just thank this group for the work that we're doing to preserve justice in our state and the rights of our citizens here in this chamber. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
Justice for all.
justice for all. All right, how are we doing today? Looks like spring has sprung. Ooh, like it. Beautiful. I'd like to recognize Counselor Kennedy for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So move, Governor.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor DiPaolo. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Counselor Ianella for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
Thank you, so moved.
Motion's been made, seconded by Counselor Jacobs. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. It sounds like we've got two new nominations. I know you guys have somewhat of a busy day today. First one is Jeffrey Trapani, sorry, to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court, and that's you, Counselor Jacobs. You're gonna hold a hearing.
She's having the hearing this afternoon,
Right.
15.
Perfect. Part of the busy day you guys have today. And then we've got Charles Grace the third, the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court, also today, Counselor Jacobs. Fantastic. Any other announcements or hearings? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded by Counselor DiPaolo, motion made by Counselor Jacobs. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. We stand adjourned.
A long time.
Thank you, LJ. Yeah. I want to get you guys.
Underway. I apologize for being a tiny bit late. We have a couple more counselors coming in soon.
So I'm just gonna close this.
All right, so we're gonna get started. Everyone, welcome. So I'm gonna start by reading your nomination letter. Dated April 23rd, 2025 to the Executive Council. Dear counselors, I am pleased to nominate Jeffrey J. Trapani to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council. And I'm closing the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Maura T. Healy, Governor. Congratulations on your nomination. I will introduce our council members who are with us. We'll have Demisha Civil, Councilor Civil will be joining us shortly. We have the Honorable Councilor Ianella, Councilor Ziegler.
Good.
Councilor Kennedy is around and he'll be here shortly. Councilor DiPaolo, like I mentioned, we'll have Councilor Civil soon and Councilor Dolan. Why don't you take a minute and introduce us to those who have come to support you today?
Sure. Good afternoon. So today I'm going to be, for witnesses, I will be having Michael Alio of Lesser Newman, Alio and Nasser. He's going to be virtual because he missed his flight last night home. Adam Sims of Pierce Davis and Paratano are seated right behind me. And then Tara Roche of Pierce Davis, who's been a paralegal with me for many, many years. Also with me is my wife, Clover Lewis, and my two daughters, Eleanor and Hatteras Lewis. My son Skylar's not here. He's getting ready for finals at Penn State, so he did not get to come.
All right, so Mike, can you hear us? Wave if you can hear us. There he is.
I can hear you.
We're gonna turn we're gonna turn to by WebEx remotely, Attorney Alio, who will be your first witness today.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am so honored to be part of this process. I'm so sad I'm not there with you. We missed our flight near midnight last night in Atlanta. And forgive me, I'm a little choked up because Jeff is one of the best lawyers I know, and he's a really, really good guy. I first met him by telephone because he lived in a house next door to the house that I owned that my good friend was living in at the time, and he wanted to cut down a tree that was on his property, and he wanted to make sure that I knew he was going to cut down the tree and to make sure I had no issue with him cutting down the tree on his property. That's the kind of guy he is. What I didn't know is I was teaching legal writing in the very same class that he had been teaching legal writing before he decided to move to Western Massachusetts. We hadn't met each other yet. We had a brief telephone conversation. It was pleasant. I didn't think anything of it. I ended up making the same decision that Jeff made, moved back to Western Mass and got to know Jeff. And I knew Jeff as a neighbor. I would step over his fence. I knew Hattie or Hatteras and Eleanor from the time that they were very, very little. I watched Clover all that time. Clover, like my wife, is a social worker. They're just a great, great, solid, down-to-earth family. Whenever we needed anything, like we didn't have to think twice. I could scream from my house, knowing that if Jeff heard me, he would come help. Whatever it was, Jeff and Clover, the whole family, he'd be there. He's got a Italian family, like I have an Italian family. He's a down-to-earth guy. He is a girl's dad, and more importantly, he's just one of the best lawyers that I know out here in Western Massachusetts. We have been on the same side of the V. We've been on opposite sides of the V. Going up against Jeff, he's one of my favorite lawyers to go up against after making all the disclosures to my client that, hey, this is a guy that I know and that I like a lot, but he's really good and he's got all the integrity in the world. Jeff knows how to zealously advocate for his clients. He knows how to assess a case and convey that assessment in a respectful fashion to his client. I've seen that when I'm working opposite him, and I've seen that when I'm working on the same side of a case as him. It is just an incredibly important skill to have. When I'm stuck on a legal issue, I call Jeff. When Jeff would be stuck in a legal issue, he'd call me. But I have to say that I feel like in terms of the law, Jeff has been more of a help to me than I have been to him. But I love those conversations. Like every week or two, we'd have one of those conversations. Hey, I'm trying to figure this out. What do you think? And Jeff has a skill that I don't have as a lawyer. I'm not a terrible lawyer, but he can be like, rattle off, try this case, try this case, try this case. Let me get you a memo. And, you know, Jeff and I know each other a lot. We're neighbors, we're friends, but he does that with everybody. Like any person I'm not just back from vacation and having this difficult practical thing that prevents me from being there with you all. I'm also at the very same time in a mediation with one of the best mediators in the Commonwealth. He wrote a letter for Jeff. That guy has seen thousands and thousands and thousands of lawyers. He loves Jeff. Like Jeff's the guy you want because he is compassionate. He is passionate. He is conscientious. He's the farthest from arrogant as you can imagine. He never assumes that he's right and you're wrong. He wants to know what your argument is, and then he wants to think it through. He wants to research it, and he wants to figure out what the right answer is. There's just nothing more I would want in a judge than somebody like Jeff. And I'm happy to, I don't want to go on and on. I could go on a lot with anecdotes, but I'll leave it there. If you have any questions, all I can say is with Jeff on the bench, I will feel like Western Massachusetts just has another great addition to the great slate of judges we have, but a great, great, great addition.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have a question for this witness?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
Next, I'd like to call up as the second witness, Adam Sims. You can sit, you can stand, however you feel most comfortable.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and fellow members of the Governor's Council. I'd be hard pressed to say any better than what was just said, but I'll add my own words about Jeff. So we've known each other about 10 years, partners now for approximately 3 years. We've worked on any multitude of kinds of cases, from Chapter 258 cases to very involved civil rights cases in federal court, side by side through, in one case in particular, 27 depositions that had to be winnowed down to something manageable for a motion for summary judgment for a federal court judge. Whatever the qualities that were just articulated, I can say that Jeff has in droves. Whatever one thinks of the qualities you want in a judge: integrity, humility. I mean, he doesn't have a boastful bone in his body. Compassion. I've worked with Jeff on very difficult pro se cases, which can be quite challenging. I've never seen him anything but respectful to the pro se plaintiffs, difficult defense counsel, difficult plaintiff counsel. I have never seen Jeff lose his temper, raise his voice, or be anything, as I said, but the utmost of respect. In terms of hard work, that's just crazy. I mean, I have to tell him not to send me emails at 5:30 in the morning, because that's when he starts his day, and they continue till 9 or 10 at night, on top of raising 3 beautiful kids that I've met. I think he coached soccer for all of them and still coaches, is still very involved in the local bar out there. So you survive on very little sleep because life is more important, I suppose. I've been with Jeff arguing motions, summary judgment motions and the like, really the epitome of grace under pressure, because sometimes judges, they don't always see things your way, and they often let you know very quickly they're not seeing things your way. Again, he just comports himself as a real gentleman. Maybe that's the best way to put it, in every sense of the word. Innate intelligence, a given. He's editor-in-chief at New England Law. You don't get to be editor-in-chief of any law review unless, in my view, you are, 1, very, very smart, and 2, get along with a lot of other people who have elected you to that position. So I know you're a bit pressed for time. Like my predecessor, I could continue with the encomiums for Jeff, but I'll stop there, and unless anyone has any questions for me.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? Counselor Kennedy?
Sounds like we're gonna really miss him there.
That's quite an understatement.
We're gonna miss him too much. We can arrange for him to stay.
I don't want to tempt fate, but he will be sorely missed. Sorely missed.
Thank you for your comments.
Anyone else? Thank you so much for coming in and joining us today and sharing those words of support. Next, I'd like to call up Tara Roche. Again, sit, stand, whatever makes you comfortable.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Governor's Council. My name is Tara Roach. I am honored to be here today to speak on behalf of my colleague and friend Jeffrey Trapani in support of his nomination to the position of Associate Justice to the Superior Court. I would like to thank the Governor's Council for giving me the opportunity to speak on Jeff's behalf. I'm a litigation paralegal and have worked with Jeff for almost 20 years. Within the first few weeks of working together, Jeff, who in my career was the only attorney to do so, sat down with me and asked what I did in my role as legal. He asked what he could do to make my job better and how to develop my work to help support him and the other attorneys in the firm. Jeff also wanted me to know that I could come to him with any questions or concerns I had. I knew at this moment that we were going to be a great team, as Jeff was a person who not only wanted to succeed in his career, but also wanted the people who were going to support him to succeed. When working on files, Jeff is diligent with his review and evaluation and takes the extra steps to be prepared. Jeff is organized, sensible, and methodical. Jeff has treated me like his equal by trusting me with the preparation of litigation documents, managing large sensitive file materials, and having me attend client meetings. Over the years, I have observed and have been told by many clients and colleagues that they are impressed with Jeff's dedication and that he is professional, friendly, respectable, and sympathetic. Jeff always has time for his clients, often working outside of office hours and frequently giving out his cell phone number. Aside from knowing Jeff as a coworker, I also know Jeff as a dad, husband, and friend. Over the years, we have shared many stories about our families. We had a mutual connection. We were both coaching soccer for our children. This was another part of Jeff's life that he dedicated himself to. I remember thinking, how did he have the time to work the hours he did and coach soccer for his 3 children? And his response was always, I know, I know. But then, when he no longer coached, he became president of the local soccer club. This is what Jeff does. He often volunteers his time and finds a way to give back to the community. I am honored and grateful that I've had the opportunity to work so closely with Jeff. Throughout the years, with each assignment and case we worked on, Jeff has guided me to become a better paralegal by explaining, listening, showing, observing, and teaching. Jeff's character, strong work ethic, morals, community awareness, and an undeniable knowledge of the law makes him an outstanding nominee as Associate Justice to the Superior Court.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for this witness?
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for being here today. Does anyone else want to speak? Anyone in opposition here today? Seeing none.
There was a line outside.
There's a line outside. All right, we'll go check on that.
Option for you.
We'll turn it over to you. Please share your personal statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. Thank you to the Governor's Council for your time to review my application and speak with me and also the other nominees. I know it is quite a bit of time. I want to thank Governor Healy for her nomination and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for supporting my nomination. I want to thank Paige Scott Reed and Adara Kesselheim for their thoughtful assistance through this process, as well as Kimberly Baptiste. Thank you also to Valerie McCarthy, Sonia Altamirano, and their team for their assistance from the Governor's Council. And I also want to thank the members of the Joint Nominating Committee for their diligence and commitment to this process. And of course, I want to thank the witnesses that are here with me today or electronically or virtually. And finally, and I'm be sure not to forget this, I want to say thank you to my family, particularly my wife, Clover Lewis, and my children, or at least 2 of them that are here today, as well as my friends and colleagues for their support through this process throughout my career. I understand that you received information relating to my education, professional career, but I wanted to take this opportunity to just introduce myself to you. I was born in New Paltz, New York, a small college town located about 90 miles north of New York City. I'm the eldest of 3 boys. To my parents, John and Jeannie Trapani. My parents were both public school teachers for more than 30 years in the Hudson Valley. I grew up comfortable and with the good fortune to live within miles of large extended family. There were a few weeks that went by that I did not get to visit my maternal grandmother, my paternal grandparents, or to see my aunts and uncles and cousins. To know me is to know kind of my background, and to know that my partner in life and my wife, Clover, we've been together for a long time. Clover also grew up in New Paltz. My first memory of Clover is from Mrs. Baker's first, her class to plant trees for our school district's first Arbor Day. We have been together as 8th graders, as high schoolers, college students, young adults, and now as parents or aging parents. We both went to undergrad in North Carolina before we decided to move to Massachusetts, myself for law school and her for her MSW at Boston University. After living in Boston for nearly 6 years and with our second child on the way, Clover, Skylar, and I moved west to Northampton. My first memories of Massachusetts actually occurred in the Pioneer Valley in the 1980s when my family visited my father's childhood friend and his family in Williamsburg. I fondly recall visiting Northampton and, if you know Northampton, having pizza at Joe's. Since 2007, Northampton has been our home, and we've raised our family there. Skylar is now 19 and a sophomore at Penn State. Eleanor is 17, graduating from Northampton High this spring and going to Tufts. And Hatteras is 15, and probably to her chagrin has 3 more years at Northampton High. And we're also fortunate to have a large extended family. My wife is one of 7. I have 2 brothers, and so my children have been fortunate enough to have 21 first cousins, ranging from 27 years old to 2 years old, scattered all along the East Coast. So there's a lot of family to communicate with. I cannot say that when I graduated from Wake Forest or even from law school that I had a set path or agenda. I cannot say that I was destined to become a litigator. I was a political science major, like a couple lawyers are, a history minor, but I certainly had a keen interest in the workings of government and its relationship with its people, the promise that our laws provide to its citizens, its residents, and its visitors. I think that is what drew me first to internships with the Attorney General's office, the U.S. Attorney's office, and then to a clerkship with the juvenile court before working for the Suffolk County DA. I have found that, and I still find, that being an attorney is an extremely rewarding experience. Being an attorney, however, is not just about settlements or verdicts. Much more of your time is spent listening to your client and to the other parties and to the witnesses, researching and learning the law, pivoting from one area of law to the next, acting as a counselor and confidant to people during a very stressful time in their lives. And yes, there are moments where you win a trial or a motion, or you resolve a matter favorably for your client. But I find that representing clients is one of the most fulfilling aspects of an attorney's job. That relationship, that attorney-client relationship, after all, is sacrosanct. In my case, I often represent people that have been sued, that have been accused of doing something wrong, and are concerned about the potential consequences of that pending action. And while claims may differ in exposure, I've come to appreciate that whether someone's been sued for a dog bite or for violating someone's civil rights, they are concerned about their future, and they are looking to me to understand their case and the law, and they trust me to guide them through that process. I'm humbled by that responsibility. I often discuss with clients what a judge may do in a case. As an observer of judges, I've learned to appreciate and admire the role of a judge in our system, the importance of their position in our community. And judges do demand adherence to the rule of law and bring efficacy to the court, to our courts, whether that be by providing fair and sound decisions or by creating a courtroom that ensures everyone, from attorneys to pro se parties to witnesses, is and feels heard. Should I have the good fortune of being confirmed as an associate justice to the Superior Court, I believe that I do have this skill set, this temperament, independence, and humility to be an effective justice, and to further the rule of law, to continue to uphold what has been built in our Commonwealth in the Superior Court. Thank you again for this opportunity, and if I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So our practice is to go around the table, starting from the most right sitting counselor. So I'm going to start and hand over the questioning to Counselor Tamisha Sybil.
Thank you, Councilor Taro. Congratulations, Jeffrey, on your nomination. And my question, we had a great conversation, knowing that we've worked for the same office, which is the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, but different time. But we know we've learned a lot throughout, you working in the domestic violence unit, as well as I worked as a victim witness advocate. We know the amount of work that prosecutors go through in order to make sure that victims are being heard. But my question for you today is, once you get appointed to become a Superior Court judge, how are you going to be able to protect wrongfully convicted cases? Meaning, how are you going to work diligently in looking at cases thoroughly to make sure that you are applying the rule of law, but also making sure that that we're not wrongfully convicting people into prison, and making sure that our victims are being heard and they're being protected as well, but making sure that, the people that need to be in jail are in jail, but also making sure that those who don't deserve to be in jail for something they didn't commit, that you are making sure that that happens.
Yes, and that's an important issue that we see more and more in the sense that there's DNA evidence, and everyone can listen to a podcast on their way to and from work about such instances. And I think one of the ways to do that is to ensure that the process is fair, and that everybody that's part of that process is following the rules, whether that be making proper disclosures to defense counsel under the rules of then a trial, making sure that the rules of evidence are adhered to, so that when someone is tried, it's based upon all of the evidence. Everyone knows, eyes are wide open. Anything exculpatory has been already done. To make sure, and that hopefully can ensure that at least through that trial process, that someone was fairly tried, and if convicted. And then there's obviously, after a conviction, there's post-verdict relief, and so motions for new trials, and looking at things through the lens that they should be looked at, considering whatever evidence is presented before you.
And my last question would be, what do you hope to bring if given the opportunity to be a Superior Court? What differences and impacts that you would like to make within the community that you're serving?
So I think that I would want to be somebody that, and I've seen this with other judges, so I don't think this is new, but when someone appears before me, if I would be fortunate enough, is that they know that I'm prepared, that I'm going to listen, that I'm going to take into account the circumstances of that person, as well as the law, and that they're being heard and not discounted because of anything other than what facts exist, and applying those facts, and not any other outside influences. I think that they know people that need to know that they will get a fair shake in front of you. I also think it's good to be visible in front of people. Not saying that judges go out and market themselves, so to speak, but to know that you are part of the community, and that you care about the fabric of that community.
Thank you very much. Moving it along to Counselor Dolan.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out to Concord and meeting with me. I really appreciated taking the time to get to know you and more familiar with your body of work. I just have a few questions for you. But the first, they're all important. But the first has to do with due process, which we talked about. Right now, we have a federal government and a president of the United States who does not believe in due process, who flouts the law. We have federal agents who are using tactics of intimidation and fear in the hopes of causing others not to stand up for the law and for people's rights. And as a Superior Court judge, that may be something that you encounter. So I'd like your thoughts on that and whether you have the Constitution to uphold our Constitution.
Yes, and so this is obviously something that is in the news even this morning, with I think the Supreme Court from Wisconsin issuing an order
See that?
on the judge that was most recently in the news. And this is clearly an important issue and one that has complexities to it, because this, I would be, or potentially an associate justice in a state court with federal people wanting to do something. And obviously, whenever someone's liberty is at issue, I think we are all concerned about, one, making sure that they get the proper process, that we stick to the things that not only are in our Constitution, but also just in our veins as Americans, which is that somebody should have the opportunity to be heard, that they should have the opportunity to go through that process. And so I think as we grapple with what's going on right now, it'll be important to be sharp on those constitutional principles of making sure that people feel comfortable coming to court, and that it'll be a safe place, and that it will be upheld while they're there.
You made a comment about due process that I put down in my notes. You said we do it for soccer clubs. Do you remember saying that and what you're talking about? Can you share that? I thought that was a really good point.
Yes, well, it's sort of like what I was saying, it's in our veins. Somebody that maybe you don't want them to coach anymore, or they even get the right to be heard and to set their case in front of you. And that's just as simple as whether you're going to stand on the sidelines or help kids kick a ball. And so clearly, if your liberty's at interest, it's right there.
Very good. And then I have two questions about things that only Superior Court judges do. The first is they hear appeals on pretrial detention hearings. And we have something in Massachusetts called 58A, where we which makes it possible for a court to protect public safety if it may be at risk, while someone is still given the presumption of innocence prior to a trial and possible conviction. And the law requires that whatever is imposed to protect the public safety, that there is no less restrictive alternative available. So I just want your thoughts about that, noting that in your resume, most of your work has been in insurance defense, and in Superior Court, you're going to be working with a different population. And I just want to make sure that you'll be able to judge the people who are appearing before you fairly, and that you really will make sure that these legal standards of imposing, making sure that there is no less restrictive alternative before you hold someone to pretrial detention.
So I think I would even just echo what my last answer, whereas if somebody's rights, liberty interests are being deprived, there's few things that are as serious, if any. And so I think looking at something anew and making sure that if someone is going to be held, that not only that it's justified, but then it meets that criteria. And in my civil practice, we often wrestle with how all of our different standards, whether it's deliberate indifference, we have clear and convincing evidence, we're always concerned about making sure that when we take action, or that we're arguing to the court, actually, in one case, that we're meeting that standard. And so I think that when someone's standing in front of you and they have been found to be dangerous and they're being held, that regardless of what happened before, the task now before the judge is to figure out whether that should continue or not, or whether there should be some modification to it.
Excellent. And the last question I have for you is also something only Superior Court judges do, which is that in Massachusetts, if you are under the age of 16 and you want an abortion, you have to have the consent of a parent or adult guardian. If you can't get that, you still have the option of getting authorization from a Superior Court judge. So if you were to hear a petition for someone seeking an abortion, what would your criteria be in determining whether or not to grant that?
So that person that would come to you with that petition would already have gone through all those hoops to get before you. And so given the criteria in the petition, absent something that falls outside of those criteria, I wouldn't want to unnecessarily put that person through any additional, like such as hearings or anything like that. I think that would be something that would be approved as the law provides.
So you believe that it's a decision that should be made between a patient and their doctor?
I do believe that's yes, on consideration.
Thank you. And the only other thing I have to say is I didn't realize you were from New Paltz, I'm from Saratoga. I knew there was something I'd like to.
Thanks.
Moving along, Councilor Ionella.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to follow up on a question that Councilor Dolan asked. It's a very good question. What do you do in a situation? You know, you talked about, you know, those two judges that recently got arrested. Some of the case goes in front of the issue of whether ICE had the right to do it. It goes in front of the United States Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court says, yeah, if ICE comes to the courthouse, a judge is not supposed to let someone go out the back door or in the jury room and, you know, you basically hide until ICE goes. Will you follow that, or will you do something differently?
Well,
I heard you answer.
yeah, I mean, this is where it gets into the well, at that point, I talked about the complications of you have states' rights and due process. Someone's in your court, let's just say charged for a crime. My concerns would be, I would want to not violate the law. We want to follow the rule of law. If the Supreme Court said what that was, what I would want to argue is that that person is entitled to that due process while they're in front of us, and that we give them that due process. We can't run afoul of an edict from the Supreme Court, but we also need to be clear that someone that's charged, that someone's charged, the Commonwealth has given them the opportunity to have this process before they're convicted. And so again, I would have issues with someone's civil liberties being taken prior to that.
I'm not sure I understand this. So, U.S. Supreme Court says, okay, maybe I'm trying to make it as easy as I can. What the judge did, they say that somehow went there, taking the defendant in the jury room, out the back door, around the stairs, was wrong. Would you ever do that? You would not.
No, if the Supreme Court said that was wrong, I don't think that I can do that.
And if ICE says they come to your courtroom, you have advance notice, defendant so-and-so is in front of you, and they're coming the next 10 minutes to arrest you're the defendant. Let's just assume, make it easy, that the defendant is an illegal alien. Okay, the Supreme Court said, just hypothetical. Supreme Court says this illegal alien has no constitutional rights because he's not a citizen of the United States. Just assume that, and you got advance notice. Would you let the ICE officials come into your courtroom and take this individual?
And the Supreme Court has said they have no due process rights. Oh, but if they
may not be your personal feeling.
Sure.
But I'm trying to
if they might have rights under our Constitution to have due process before them. And so I would do what's consistent with the Massachusetts Declaration. Well, no, if they were entitled to due process within our courts, I would want those proceedings to continue. But if the Supreme Court says they have no rights under the federal Constitution, I might not be able to prevent that.
So you would want ICE to come in and say, just want to get, if you would follow the law of the land, the United States.
Follow the law of the land. I mean,
you wouldn't tip anyone off that ICE is coming in a half an hour. You'd say, I know that's what the United States Supreme Court said. I may not agree with it, but the United States Supreme Court has spoken, and the ICE officials will come into my court for the next half an hour, and know they're going to take so.
I don't think that's the role of the judge in that circumstance.
A little different, but somewhat simple. We had a judge in Massachusetts, I forget her name, but it was a case where there was a mandatory minimum sentence. And she was vehemently opposed to the sentence, like, whatever. Let's just, I don't know the facts of the case, but say it was a 3 to 5 year sentence. She was opposed to it, and she imposed like something a lot less. If you were so opposed to a sentence, like it's ridiculous, it's just not fair, what would you do? Would you impose the sentence? Hold on. The mandatory, the minimum mandatory, or would you do what you think is right? Now remember, you can't get fired. What would you do?
I think I would follow the rule of law and I would impose the sentence if it was required.
You said you think,
I would.
but I'm sorry.
I would follow the rule of law and impose, there might be an opportunity for editorialization on thoughts about it. But as far as the imposition, I think I would follow the rule of law.
Thank you. What about continuances? So what's your opinion on continuances?
I think they should be allowed as much as possible. Because oftentimes, and if you're talking about continuances, like I need a new date or I need an extension of time.
Maybe I'll make a couple of hypotheticals. Case is on next Tuesday. I want a continuance. Maybe Monday night. That lawyer got a call from Mr. Green. It's a big drug case. And there's an arraignment tomorrow, same day that the case is on. Mr. Green's got some cash. I want to go to another lawyer. Obviously, the lawyer's not gonna tell you that, but he wants a continuance. And he didn't give you the court a lot of notice. Just retain this guy the night before. And if he can't retain this guy, he's gonna go to someone else.
I'm with Ianella on this.
If I'm getting a request for, anticipating what I might do, if I get a request, lawyers are under certain obligations to be candid with the court. If someone's asking for a request, generally, I wouldn't want to look behind it too much. If you knew an attorney more and there you saw a pattern of something, perhaps that might raise an issue, but life occurs and sometimes all you can get out is I need a continuance because someone got sick or other personal reasons. And some people don't put those personal reasons into the motions. I would rely on the candor of the attorney unless I knew otherwise.
At what point is a request for a continuance? Enough is enough. Second, 28th time, give me a sense where you would come.
I think it's all in circumstances. I've asked for continuances where I thought I would never need one again. And then we couldn't find somebody. And I'm talking mostly right now about this in the civil setting where I just can't find, someone, we need more time, or something came up where I have a conflict. However, I've also had judges certainly write, I'm granting the continuance, do not anticipate any further continuances. And I think most lawyers will also admit they might ask for another one even despite that, if it's justified.
It's justified, this. So now you're appearing in so-and-so Superior Court. And the prior judge put an order in, no further continuances. Okay, now it's the third time on, and they come in front of you. Counselor Kennedy comes in front of you, he's one of the busiest attorneys in the state, and says, yeah, I have another case in, Worcester Superior Court. You're gonna give him a continuance? And I guess before you answer, who cares? Who cares if it's 3, 4, 5? You can't get fired. So the chief says, we want to move cases, we get it, but that's the biggest beef with what, why do they care?
At some point, I might ask for a Rule 16 conference if I feel like things are being extended too long, and that I haven't seen any progress in the pre-litigation events such as discovery, things like that. There's certain things you can do there, and with Zoom, you could say, I just want to see all the parties and understand where we are. But for the most part, I've always thought that lawyers should be more or less in charge of litigating their claims.
You got a guy that sort of keep bringing him up, my good friend. He's in court every single day. every single day in multiple courts. And he may ask for, he knows obviously, he obviously want better than I know. He may be asking to continuance 4, 5, 6 times.
8, 10.
8, 10. But is that essentially you? Generally, I know it's defend the facts of the case. Is that generally, oh, yeah, it's gotta be really, really, like, where are you from on something like that?
Well, I think I've never seen that many continuances. I don't think I would, I want to give that many continuances if I was overseeing that many. If I were to look at the docket and see something's been continued more than 3 times, I think I would want to talk to the attorneys as to why we're having them. But there's also the difference of if something came up and someone couldn't make a specific date, oftentimes you can say, okay, but I want you on the next day or something along those lines.
You go now, I looked at you said, and now, oh, it's the, I'll be given a continuance, but no more, enough is enough. Now we're on the 5th one, oh. I know you don't wanna give me another continuance, but my 25th wedding anniversary, my wife just surprised me, I just found out she wants to take me to Bermuda. Have you ever been to Bermuda? She wants to take me to beautiful Bermuda. Oh, she's been saving, she got a dog walker taking care of the dog, oh, where are you gonna go?
Well, I kind of had this happen to me for my 40th, where I discovered that I was getting on a plane and going to Marseille. And my wife did not tell me. She went one step further than your example, however. She actually called some people in my firm who then looked at my calendar and made sure I'd be okay and didn't have to ask for a 5th continuance.
He doesn't have staff and other people.
I think it's,
Come on, after that, you have to breathe.
I may have to grant it, especially if I want to come home and not be held that for it.
Yeah. Zoom, what's your position on Zoom?
I think Zoom can be used effectively for a lot of things. Making people travel all over the state and avoiding that by when we're having simple status conferences, check-ins, some things like that, I think is very good. But for substantive things such as dispositive motions, really dispositive motions, pretrial conference hearings, I think people should be in person. Well, it depends. I should call for that. It depends which court you're in.
So many courts now, trial conference, they do it by Zoom.
They do. I mean, but they're.
They have childcare issues. They got to take care of the grandmother, the mother. People have a lot of things to do.
Some pretrial conferences are substantive. The parties can anticipate that, where they know that they're going to be raising issues and they know that judge they're in front of might be the trial judge. And so in those instances, I think asking people to come in with the alternative of asking for Zoom is a good way of using Zoom.
Last question. I have to ask this question. Former colleague of mine, Bob Jubenville, serves on the council for 10 years. We go to lunch 3 times a week. And he always asks me, I said, I don't want to ask you. I'm going to ask you. Because I'm going to lunch with him on Thursday. He used to always ask this question when people come in. Probably 1 out of 10, because 9 out of 10, in his opinion, did it the right way. You thank, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. You thank the JNC. You thank the Lieutenant Governor, the Governor, Page Scott Reed. You thank the Deputy Legal Counsel. You thank the Governor's Council staff, as he would always say, this is a job interview. Ever think of thanking the council?
I think I did right at the beginning. I did right at the beginning. I did.
That's good. I think that will happen. She's fine. But yeah, no, that's good. Bob, I asked.
And I always remember to then thank my family at the end.
Oh,
Yes.
You did a great job. I think you're gonna be a great addition to the Superior Court. I look forward to voting for you next week.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Ziegler.
Thank you, Councilor Jacobs.
Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations again on making it to this stage in the process. So we had a lovely conversation prior to today, just to kind of, for me to get a chance to know you a little bit more as a candidate. And of course, I reviewed your packet and during our conversation asked you why was this a good time? And you spoke to your 20 years of experience, and you spoke to the fact that you feel that you bring a lot to the bench. You also talked about your strengths, and I wanted to give this forum to ask you that question again, for you to let on the record. You know, what do you feel is the greatest strength that you bring to this role?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. Let me qualify. I didn't think that 20 years made me qualified. It just, I hit 25 years and I said, oh, I could maybe start to think about applying for this, because I don't think just being an attorney for 20 years makes you qualified. But I would say that one of my strengths is I would say exactly what you may have heard from the witnesses. I don't mind being wrong. I want to get it right. That's not saying I want to start wrong, but I want to be right. I enjoy research and writing. I enjoy listening to all the facts and trying to come up with a decision. Or excuse me, because I haven't done that. I like to come up with arguments that are consistent with the law and that can win for my clients. However, in that process, I also want to learn if I can't make that and if I'm going to be wrong. And so I think being self-deprecating in that way and humble in that way, certainly I think makes people better attorneys because they become better. Well, they don't make bad arguments or losing arguments.
And so during our conversation, we talked about, you know, the importance of this role, right? So the decisions that you would make, if confirmed, would have a large impact on the lives of the individuals that come before you. What would you say is the greatest challenge that's facing the court right now? It's a two-part question. What would you say is the greatest challenge that's facing the court right now? And secondly, there's a lot to learn. There's a big learning curve to this role. How would you prioritize professional development in order to prepare yourself to reside?
Yeah, so I think one of the greater challenges is, right, having all the resources that I think a court needs, and I think that this focuses more on the criminal side. And my answer really is going to focus more on the criminal side right now. You know, whether that be resources for dealing with mental health issues, substance abuse issues, access issues that can be eliminating language barriers when people come to court. You know, I'm not saying it's not a problem everywhere, but you know, here, if you need multiple interpreters, the courts are a little bit closer together. Perhaps maybe they can be scheduled. Not always. It was my experience out in the West that it's a little bit harder. All the courts are further apart. So I think having those resources is from what I've seen is a huge issue. As far as professional development, thanks for asking that, because you know, I have done almost exclusively civil litigation since about 2006. Now I've a lot of the work that I do in civil rights claims do deal with the criminal aspect of the law, in the sense that issues of probable cause, reasonable suspicion, whether, you know, I deal with false arrest claims. I do get into criminal procedure in the sense that sometimes I'm looking at whether something can be, whether there's an argument of a claim being barred. But I think my professional development is going to have to focus on really boning up on those issues, and I've started that process. I have read several times through now the Mass Rules of Criminal Procedure. I've been reading sentencing guidelines. I've been starting to identify CLEs that I might want to watch that will help me, you know, remind me of a lot of things I learned in the past, but also accelerate the learning on any criminal side of things.
It's definitely, you know, very good to kind of get ahead of that, you know, because in this position, there'd be
probably a lot of curveballs thrown your way, one of which we spoke about was AI. How, we talked about that case in which counsel had used AI to write their brief, and luckily the judge was able to catch that. And I appreciated your answer to that as to how you, as a judge, if confirmed, would guard against that. So I just wanted to ask you that here on the floor. How would you best equip yourself to guard against, AI being used in the courtroom?
Yes, so, right, and I think I gave you an example of one dealing with the judge that I'm familiar with, who located an AI issue by not recognizing cases. So one thing is, you think about that level, right? The judge received the brief and actually was able to recognize that he didn't recognize cases that in an area of law that he thought was that he knew about. And so that kind of piqued his curiosity, and he started looking up the cases. And obviously attorneys have an obligation to read the cases that they submit. But right now, I think a lot of this, with technology where it is going to be judges and clerks recognizing or questioning cases that are in front of them, which could be quite an undertaking. But if they find that, I think that there could be levels of how you address it. Obviously, you have to alert the parties to that situation, but then what kind of, I guess, I don't think malfeasance is the right word yet, but why those things ended up in a brief, I think will need to be addressed, because we really need to continue to trust the information that's being submitted to the court on behalf of a party. And certainly a lawyer has that obligation, but we're just going to have to keep an eye out for it, because it's going to get used more and more.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your answers. This is a definitely important role, a lot of learning as you go, that's incorporated with it, but such great impact on the lives of individuals. And especially whereas, you were very candid with me and recognized, and even here today, that the criminal side is something that you need to brush up on a lot. And it may be something that you're seeing not right away, if confirmed, but you see most likely a great deal of. So I appreciate your diligence and looking at that as an area of growth for the UNC.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Kennedy.
Yes, Mr.
Like two answers to Council Ionella. I didn't like the answers on continuances. I'm going to talk about that a little while in the context of something else I'm going to talk about. I'll leave that there. We'll get to that part. But anyway, we talked on the phone for a long time, and I told you what I was going to bring up. I told you to look into the issue, and I assume you have.
Yes.
Tell me what happened down in Fall River with the lawyer that was locked up.
So from what I understand is that attorney was found to be in contempt by a judge in the district court. I think the word I would use was that the attorney was looking sideways at the judge, maybe even turning his back, but during an argument, and that the judge did not appreciate that, and that the attorney was put into lockup.
It's a little more than that.
I'm summarizing.
The lawyer goes in the court. It was scheduled for a Rule 17 motion. Do you know what that is?
Yes, that's a evidentiary hearing. It's like a bishop hearing, I think.
It's a method by which you can subpoena in records from a third party. You file a Rule 17 motions. Sometimes you're going to have an argument over that. Most times you won't. Sometimes you might, but most times you won't. And the lawyer stood up in court and said, "Judge, I'm sorry, we're not ready. We didn't do the Rule 17 motion because the prosecutor and I were both sick." Does that sound like a legitimate excuse?
Yes.
Okay, well, the judge didn't like it, right? And everything I'm saying is coming from the FTR, it's coming from the tape.
I did not review the tape.
This is what happened, okay? So he didn't like it, and he wanted, apparently the information they seeking was exculpatory that came late. And the judge was, well, when did you find out about this exculpatory information? Do you think it matters when he found out? No. He's entitled to it. Period. He's representing a client, there's exculpatory information out there, and he's absolutely positively entitled to it. It doesn't matter when he found out. You gotta get it. Right? Exactly. Okay, now. Judge is mad at him. Lawyer's getting nervous. He's apparently pacing back and forth and not looking at the judge. Do you know who paces in court all the time? Me.
Okay.
I can never sit still. I pace in here sometimes. I get up and walk out there and come back. I'm always moving around. I can't just sit there, okay? I'm not being contemptuous doing it. So nervous habit. He's walking around. He's not looking at the judge. He's pacing. Judge doesn't like it. He tells him to stop pacing. He was yelling at him to look at him. The lawyer starts to talk again and the judge shuts him off. He says, my client has a right to be heard, Judge. And without a moment's hesitation, he takes him into custody. Not his custody. And the quote that the judge gave later on was, well, why what he said might have been not that bad, but his attitude, and I'm quoting, and facial expression is contemptuous. That's what the judge said. Do you think any lawyer would ever be locked up because of the way he looked at a judge?
No.
Now, some other things went on, okay, during all of this, all right? This lawyer is taken into custody. This was only a few weeks ago. Put in the handcuffs, put in the shackles, thrown in a cell, which he wrote about. And he talked about that it was dirty, that it smelled, that he was given this crappy sandwich for lunch. And he sat there. Do you know how long he sat there?
3 hours.
3 hours. 6 hours.
Oh, I didn't realize it was 6.
6 hours. Judge Forts, Chief Justice Forts, to her credit, according to Lawyers Weekly, called the judge up and said, you're wrong, you better let him out. Purge the contempt and let him out. Around noontime. CPS showed up to represent this guy. An appointed lawyer, by the way, and I'm going to talk about appointed lawyers in a minute. Okay? 12:30, the clerk went into the judge and said, they're ready on the contempt. This is after Chief Justice Forts called. And do you know what the judge said? I'm writing, I'll do it after lunch. And he left that lawyer sitting in the cell. He didn't do it at 2 o'clock. He didn't do it until 3:30. He let him sit in a lawyer doing his job, sit in a cell. Based on what you read, and you looked into it, because I told you to, and what I just said to you, did that lawyer do anything that warranted him being humiliated and demeaned like that? No. The judge did say afterwards, maybe I could have been a little more patient. And I want to get this other quote. Give me a second. By the way, there were a number of lawyers trying to get the judge's attention to let him out of jail. And he was in jail because the judge didn't like the way he looked at him. You know what I find contemptuous? That any judge could be that arrogant to hold somebody in contempt and lock him up because of the way a lawyer looked at him. After the judge said that he could have been a little more patient, he said, it serves me no purpose because then I have to fight both with your attorneys, talking about CPCS, and my superiors. But I'm willing to have that fight if I need to show you and other lawyers the proper way to carry themselves and represent their clients. Did he do anything improper?
No.
Is your job to throw lawyers in jail, to try to teach lawyers how to act in court? I've been a practicing lawyer for 42 years. 42 years ago, next month, I got out of law school, okay? I've been in court, as counsel I know, but almost every day of my working career. There are very, very few days if I go to work that I don't go to court. I start my day in court every day. And I've never seen anything like this. We've dealt with this in this chamber before. We had a judge out of Worcester that locked a lawyer up who came before us because he was going to the appeals court not too long ago. And our friend Councilor Jubenville really went after him because he locked a lawyer up one time. And it was strikingly similar circumstances where the guy was just trying to state his position. We had a lawyer in the Boston Municipal Court just a couple of years ago, lock up Susan Church, a great lawyer. You know why he locked her up? She was trying to argue case law, and he didn't want to hear it. Now, what should happen to the judge in Fall River?
Well, I think I know what has happened, but I think that,
Well, let's start with what has happened.
I think he's been transferred to.
He's what?
I think he was transferred to Hingham. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's closer to home, nicer court, shorter commute. He was moved there to get him out of Fall River, away from the lawyers that all matter. So, you know what happened to him? He got a reward. You think he should be rewarded for locking a lawyer up?
No.
Under what circumstances would you find a lawyer in contempt? And by the way, it's happened to me. No, Chief Justice Washuti. We're going to talk about him in a minute. We're getting to him.
It's hard to imagine, but I actually looked. I actually looked at some instances. I looked for some instances where even the appeals court has commented on it.
Instances where what?
The appeals court has commented on a lawyer being locked up for contempt.
What were the facts of that case?
I think it was the Attorney Bishop case with Judge Brady. And I think it was in 2011 or 12, 13. It was in that time frame.
I vaguely remember that.
And I think they were selecting a jury, impaneling a jury, and
on vacation.
It wasn't a vacation. It was what happened is I think the judge allowed a person with 15 years of law enforcement to be put on the jury after not excusing somebody who had children with maybe a criminal record. And he started, the attorney started yelling. It could be heard out the door because I think they were in chambers doing questioning. And the judge, I can't remember the exact words, but the judge gave multiple warnings to please lower his voice, to not yell.
Didn't anything but multiple warnings here?
No, I don't think so. And I think the judge eventually found him in contempt, but delayed any sort of.
Did you lock him up?
Oh no, the trial went forward.
It's a big difference when you're getting locked up. There are a lot of other ways to handle things without locking a lawyer up who's representing his client in court. Do you know how humiliating this is for this guy? Do you know for the rest of his career, he's going to be the guy that gets locked up? That's what people are going to say about him. Lawyers are abused in a lot of ways. We have a big problem right now in Superior Court especially. And I was outside talking to Judge Washuti about that when I came in a few minutes late. You know what's happening? There is a severe shortage of bar advocates. I've never done bar advocate work, but I have a lot of respect for the people that do, especially in the Superior Court. There's some really talented lawyers that do it. They are grossly underpaid. I don't know what the Superior Court's paying right now, but you know what they're paying in District Court right now?
I think I do, but I don't want to say.
$65 an hour.
I
Do you know what Rhode Island pays?
think it was double that when we spoke.
112, I told you that. And I think Maine pays 120, 125. Do you see something wrong there?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, one of the problems with that is not only are they underpaid, and when they're billing for these very difficult Superior Court cases, then they get audited and they get cut down on what they actually get paid. Even when they're putting the hours in, they have caps. There's a severe shortage. There are days where there are no duty attorneys in Suffolk Superior Court. I'm using that as an example. I was looking at the calendar before I came in here the other day, and there are something like 20 days each month over the next 3 months where there are no duty attorneys on duty. And you know what then happens? The guy or woman who shows up on the 4th day where there was none the first 3 gets all of those cases dumped on them. And some of them are pretty serious cases. So you could go in there and you could pick up 6, 7, 8 cases: rapes, human trafficking, drugs, guns, serious violent crimes, and all of a sudden you got a ton of them. And you keep getting them because you're the one that's showing up. And then you know what happens? Judges on the Superior Court put their feet to the fire. And this was what I was talking to the Chief Justice about. They put their feet to the fire. They get tons of discovery dumped on them at the very end of the case as it's coming up for trial. Because just like defense lawyers and just like civil lawyers like yourself, we all scramble at the end to pull things together, right?
That could happen.
And all of a sudden they realize, oh, I didn't give him this, or I didn't give him that, or I gotta do this, or I gotta do that. I'm guilty. Okay? And they walk into court and say, Judge, I just got all this discovery dumped on me, or Judge, I got these other problems. I've got like 6 other cases I'm trying to handle at the same time. They're coming up for trial. I need a continuance. Getting back to me not liking the answers about continuances. And they get pushed back big time from Superior Court judges because of these things called time standards, which I don't care about. Never have, never will. So anyway, they might give you a continuance. Okay, we'll see you in 2 weeks. We'll see you in 3 weeks. But Judge, I've got these other cases I have to deal with in between. I can't be ready for this in 3 weeks, going through all these documents. And you know what you kind of get? I don't care. I'll see you in 3 weeks. What are you going to do when you're there? When Chief Justice Rasulis has his list of cases outside the time standards, and he's looking at it, and all of a sudden there's like 10 of them in your courtroom. And they all say, hey, you got to work on this. You're way behind. What's going on here? And now you're feeling pressure. And now a young lawyer's in front of you with a whole bunch of cases and saying, I got to continue this. I know it's been on 3 times. I didn't like that answer 3 times. You're going to call him in. Didn't like it at all. What are you going to do?
Well, I think it raises a very important issue. I think lawyer well-being is something that we all know is a concern. As attorneys, we have friends and colleagues and other people we practice with that we see struggle because it's a very stressful job. People are just trying to do their work, and we're losing attorneys. I mean,
You don't have enough, and you're not gonna.
No. And
there's about to be a work stoppage, by the way. They're gonna stop taking cases after the 31st of May, statewide.
I'm no expert.
I let Judge Raschuti know that today, and he was horrified. I've told some other judges that, one of them says to me, well, we'll just have to get people out of the audience to help us out. I said, don't call me, I'm not a scab.
So
that creates a crisis. Bail hearings, arraignments, 58 days, bail revocations where people are in custody, you can't get them a lawyer to get them out. You're gonna be dealing with that. How are you gonna deal with it?
I'd be concerned about giving the attorney enough time to do their job.
How are you gonna deal with the fact you can't get a lawyer to represent them? These people, most of those people that are in jail, they don't have any money, most of them. If they did, they'd be hiring me and it wouldn't be an issue, or someone like me that's a private lawyer.
And again, I think as a single justice, I'm not sure, it'll be difficult to deal with the overarching thing. However, within the courtroom, that
You got a guy sitting in the dock. And he just got arraigned on a relatively serious charge. The DA wants bail or wants to have him held on a 58A. He's entitled to representation. You don't have a lawyer.
right. And so if we're gonna ask someone to do it, we're gonna need to accommodate that lawyer.
You know what?
We're gonna need to accommodate that lawyer if we ask someone.
There's no lawyer there. They're on strike.
Then, well, that would be a huge problem. Yes, that would be a problem.
That's what's about to happen. What are you gonna do about it?
Well, if you're asking me.
You're the one stuck there trying to figure it out.
Well, I guess we'd have to make some phone calls and see if we can find. Well, and that's going to be the difficult
We're
part.
not coming in. My point is a very simple one. The defense bar is not in the way of getting justice done, and they feel like they're being treated like they are. They're underpaid, a lot of them are advocates. They're getting mistreated. This is the extreme example. When this judge locked someone up, who didn't do a single, I list, nothing wrong, zero. Trust me, I've done a lot worse. It's the extreme example. But lesser examples go on every day in terms of how these folks are being treated in the court in the name of simply moving cases. And the other problem they have, by the way, is a lot of these people, because it's more serious cases in Superior Court, when they're trying to get ready, they're in jail. They're being held. And it makes it a lot more difficult to get ready when you have to go see a client who's in, Norfolk prison or something. I'm gonna wrap up. You have very, very limited criminal experience, obviously. When you were answering Counsel Iannella about continuances and the case management stuff I got out of you, I got a guy who's a civil guy talking about it. I've done a lot of civil work too over my career, a lot. People don't know that about me, but I have. And I'm listening to you talk about mediations and continuing to bring the parties in to see where things are at. It's a lot different in criminal cases. Mostly because someone's in jail a lot of times. Think about what I talked about when you're dealing with lawyers in court, whether it's on the civil side or on the criminal side. I've been in court on civil cases many, many times, and have gotten pressure from judges to move cases. Why they care in a civil case, I don't know, because you have two lawyers there that can figure it out. You know what I mean? It's a whole different thing. Kind of they should drive the car at that point, not the judge. Shouldn't be just about moving those, because there's always somebody else who's willing to get their case moving in a civil case. All right, I'm done. I gave you a fair warning, though.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor Kennedy. Counselor DePaulo.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The timing of your hearing is so fortuitous for you, isn't it? Fantastic. So before I forget to say so, I did get outreach from attorney Courtney Mayo, Hassett, Donnelly and Worcester, who had raving review about you and about your potential to sit on the bench. I'll bounce around a little because the issues I care about have kind of been touched upon. The civil criminal divide in your experience. I think it's awesome that we have someone with the civil.
I'm just patient.
Coming, I'll hold them in contempt in a minute, or the chairwoman can. So, it's important to have civil experience in the Superior Court, especially in Western Mass. So, that's an important piece of things. But on the criminal side, have you ever been to a state incarceration facility?
I have not, and I've actually spoke with Ms. Jacobs about it, Counselor Jacobs about it. And I think she raised the point that I'm taking into consideration, and I think is a good point. Where somebody is, what we spoke about is if you're going to be sending someone to a facility, you should know what that facility's like. You should know what it offers, what it doesn't offer. And that's something I have.
That's something you believe, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something I want to explore, and I haven't.
I'm glad to hear that. I hope you do. I know that our Department of Corrections would be more than welcome. We're more than happy to have you roll through, as some counselors do. And just hearing, even hearing Counselor Kennedy talk about the conditions that this attorney was in for a short time. A lot of attorneys don't even realize what that small experience is like. So I'm going to transition into, you spent a brief time in the juvenile court at the beginning of your career. I'm curious, I'm very interested in the juvenile court. I'm curious what that experience was like for you as far as kind of an introduction to the legal system. I don't mean to imply, obviously you were in law school, et cetera, but I'm wondering what you took away from that. Did any experiences or observations you had there carry through for you in your career?
Yes, so in my introduction, I noted that I grew up comfortable.
Yeah.
Both my parents at home, my brothers, family around, friends. And it's not that I was naive to these things, except when I started listening, because a lot of the times the law clerks would listen to the trials. They'd already occurred, and we were helping the judges develop statements of fact for their care and protection or termination decisions, and listening to what people went through, what children went through. For really, that was most of it. It was life-changing. And you clerk for a year, but and maybe you do a dozen of those kind of hearings. But listening to those really made me appreciate what I had, but also recognize that life is complicated, and people never assume anything that people are coming to you with, and also how much those life experiences can inform things. And I don't want to get into too many particulars, but oftentimes you would hear about the parents and how they treated their children, but then they look the other way, and how those parents grew up, and you could see these generational issues, and so how trauma could beget trauma.
Right, like we talk about cycles of trauma and cycles of poverty and such. Similar for me, my first summer in law school, I was at the Suffolk County DA's office in child abuse, and that was only a summer, and that completely changed the trajectory of my life. And what I noticed there was that the victims of child abuse, who some of the cases that I was privy to, were now no longer minors and were incarcerated, right? And so in some cases, very sadly, predictably, or the statistic would suggest that it's predictable, based on what they've experienced and how they've met. So these are some folks who are going to end up in Superior Court potentially before you as a judge. And side note, Counselor Kennedy did a great job discussing the issue at hand that he was concerned about. There's a juvenile court case that went to the SJC I talk about sometimes called Ulani, where a teenager was held in contempt for cursing at the judge. And I won't get into what that teenager's experience was, but found it to be a poor example of impulse control for the judge in that case, to hold a child in contempt. And I think about that child 5-10 years from hence being in Superior or District Court, and I doubt much has changed. So, we're talking about this really kind of outlandish example of an attorney being locked up, but even with a defendant, I'm just wondering I know this was briefly addressed, but what is your standard for holding a defendant in contempt? I mean, I'm sorry, I know there's a legal standard.
Yeah,
talk to me about how you handle it.
Well, I mean, let's just take your example. If someone was yelling or talking loudly or doing any of the things that Counselor Kennedy described that happened down in Fall River, I think there's a lot of ways to handle that obviously without contempt. It might be that that we just need to take a break. That
to me sounds awesome. That's step one in de-escalation, I would think, right? And keeping your courtroom under control.
It could be taking a break. It could also be reminding the person that you would like to hear what they have to say. And that they have the full opportunity to do that. It might be offering an alternative to to how they're presenting it. And I'm just thinking about something happening in court, if somebody was making an argument for themselves as a pro se person.
Sure. I'm sorry to interrupt you. So, do you know what I mean when I say someone being dysregulated?
Yes.
So, I mean, if someone is just in a dysregulated state, there's nothing you can say to them to stop it, right? You only can take a break. It's really all that can happen.
Right.
So I'm editorializing. That's not a question,
But even how you take the break, you might not want to say, because of you, we're taking a break, because now you've put the blame on them. You might just say the court needs to take a 5-minute recess.
And so, again, back to what Counselor Kennedy was talking about. In the instance that occurred, in the moment, we all can be guilty of impulse control, or we all can be guilty of a bad decision, but we have the capacity to step aside and rethink things. Very stressful job being an attorney, very stressful being a judge. So we understand people make mistakes, but the doubling down on what happened was really, to me, what was egregious. And that segues a little into an issue in criminal law in recent years, which is brain development. Are you familiar at all with the Mattis case?
I am.
Decision. What's your broad takeaway from that?
Yeah, so that was argued in part by Paul Rudolph, who's a fellow Northampton attorney. And so the takeaway being that they've extended, I think the Miller case to well, I'd say merging adults. I think that was the term they used, between 18 and 20 and under 21. And recognizing that the brain is still developing. And so like we acknowledge immaturity under the Miller case, and then I'm sorry, I totally forgot.
I'm not putting you on the details, but
our Massachusetts case, which started with the D, yes, that's it. Thank you. Acknowledging that it extended it into persons under 21.
Right. So in that Mattis decision, first off, the SJC decision was informed in large part by findings of fact that happened at Superior.
Yes. Yeah.
And without burying myself in the details and misstating where something happened or didn't happen, the SJC noted in the record that in the particular case of Mattis, they're looking at 18, 19, 20, but that evidence in the record suggested that the same exact brain development considerations actually applied to folks, some would argue as late as 25. It depends on what you're looking at. Certainly 24 seems to be a scientific consensus based on what I understand. And then on top of it, back to the childhood stuff, victims of or survivors of childhood abuse and childhood trauma, actually, we know that their brains develop more slowly. So there's an exacerbated delay. And I'm wondering, as Superior Court judge, when it comes to you, that someone's making an argument based on that starting point for a 21, 22, 23-year-old, I don't know what it'll be, but I talked to crim defense lawyers who are poking around at what might be possible. I mean, if the evidence before you suggests that the brain development the SJC is concerned about is identical in a defendant before you who was not 19, I mean, are you going to be able to take that into consideration? Is that something that would help craft your sentencing?
I think under those circumstances, yes, especially if you, well, one, I think you could allow under Mattis the attorney to develop that evidence, and maybe just take it, in a particular the sentencing portion, setting aside the trial,
sure,
of allowing at least that to occur, so that should they want to make that argument, or it's a convincing argument if Mattis, to apply Mattis beyond just the under 21 setting. Yes,
you're not afraid to break ground.
Well, I'm not sure if it's completely breaking ground based on Mattis. In a sense,
answer.
I mean, I know what Mattis says, but Mattis may also allow for what you said is to allow someone to put into evidence those issues.
Excellent. And the last thing I want to ask you about, being from Worcester, I have parochial concerns about Central Mass. Being from Western Mass, Counselor Jacobs has concerns about Western Mass that she's a very vocal advocate for. I'm glad to see folks being appointed in Western Mass, and I look forward to more Central Mass folks. My question is, you've practiced in Boston as well. Are there unique needs or differences that you've observed in practicing in these two relatively different areas? All under the marvelous umbrella of the.
Yeah, I mean, on the civil side, I haven't noticed too much of a difference. You know, I think we have very good judges out west,
Sure.
certainly. And from the criminal side, I really, because I don't do a lot of criminal stuff, but I've heard anecdotally, again, resources, but I think this is a statewide issue
Sure.
of just those things I mentioned before, to Councilor Ziegler, I think, which is, you know, those resources for mental health issues, substance abuse issues, but also then providing access to people to the courts, whether that be through interpreters. And, you know, I know we talk about regional equity. I don't think there should be a difference in, you know, what resources we have compared to others.
But different needs, right? I mean, transportation, for example, right, as far as scheduling goes.
It's yes, I mean, in many instances, it's harder to get around our counties than others. I mean, Berkshire spans the entire state. As does Worcester.
As is beautiful District 7. That was just meant to be a softball. I just, you know, attorneys practicing in Western Mass want attorneys from Western Mass sitting on the bench, and as do attorneys in the North Shore and Central Mass and Cape Cod, etc. I have no further questions. Thank you, Counselor, for your time. As I said, Counselor Jacobs is excited to have you nominated.
Thank you so much. I do have a couple questions for you. I'm not going to belabor it because we're running late and we're well past the start time for our next hearing. But first, I want to share that did receive support into my inbox that's been shared with council from judges, from community legal aid, from people who have worked with from the mayor of Northampton. And those will be shared with you, and it's been shared with council, but I just want to mention that really great words of support have come on your behalf. Two questions that I'm gonna offer, and I'll try to be brief. We'll try to be brief too, but I think it's worth talking about. When we talked, we were talking about civil sessions sort of from a scheduling and efficiency standpoint, and you had some thoughts about consistency and continuity with scheduling, who presides over cases and whether it bounces or stays consistent. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to your thoughts about what you've experienced and what you might like to see happen.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of jealousy of Councilor DePaulo's Worcester County. You know, Worcester counties have judges in there longer, and I practice more in Worcester than I would in Suffolk, so I use that one. But the judges were assigned to sessions for longer, and so I found that they could be more invested. And I don't say that like judges don't care. I'm saying it more, they were going to be the judge that, yes, you're in front of them for a pretrial or a motion for summary judgment, and they could anticipate whether they were going to be in front of you for trial. So, you know, if there could be claims that could be addressed now, we could address them now, or issues now. So I found that to be very helpful, but you know, in some ways it's a luxury, right? You have to have enough judges to do that. And so that was a little bit of the jealousy at the time, but right, having the luxury of being able to assign people maybe for a little bit longer tenure so that you get the consistency and in that the judges will be scheduling something and know that they'll have to deal with it down the road.
I'm very hopeful that we will get all the seats in Western Mass filled and have that luxury in Western Mass as well. So I'll share your jealousy of Western. So here's a question. It's a philosophical question for you, and maybe more than a philosophical question. But you know, district court, we have diversion courts, right? We have specialty courts. We've got mental health courts. We've got veterans courts. We've got homelessness court. Why do you think we don't have that at Superior Court? Is there a place for that in Superior Court? What could that look like at Superior Court?
That's a good question. My experience with the specialty courts was somewhat also based upon volume, and also where they were located, the district courts being more of, not a neighborhood court, for lack of a better term, but, you know, they could address issues in more finite areas. You know, I'm just giving the example of the domestic violence session in Dorchester, you know, where you did have, those crimes weren't going to rise to the level of an indictable offense, but certainly it was a serious issue. And so I think that might be one of the key reasons. I can admit I haven't done research or policy, you know, on that, but I feel like the district courts, because of how they're situated in communities, perhaps that's a byproduct of that.
Do you think there's a place for a court? For me, I actually hear what you're saying in terms of volume and efficiency, but I think it's also about expertise in the struggle that is reflective in mental health courts. You know, understanding of some of the root systemic, you know, causes of why people are ending up in district court, but how is that different than, you know, mental health, substance abuse, trauma being, you know, why we're seeing what shows up in Superior Court, right? This is
Right, and perhaps it's something that needs to be.
serious crimes, but same basic human constructs, right? That are. I won't belabor it. I do want to wrap up so we can move on to the next hearing, but I just, I think it's worth thinking about and talking about more. You know, is there an opportunity for greater justice when there is that specialization of understanding, and not to say that it diminishes consequences, but maybe it shifts what they look like.
Yes, something worth exploring, certainly, yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to close the hearing there. Get started.
Pleasure to meet you, sweetie. Thank you very much.
Counselors. Everybody settle in. I apologize for the late start. We ran slightly over. I want to jump right to it. Okay, so let me start off by reading your nomination letter. Dated April 3rd, 2025 to the Executive Council. Dear counselors, I am pleased to nominate Charles W. Groce III to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council, and I'm including the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Maura T. Healy, Governor. So congratulations on being nominated to elevate to the Superior Court. Let me introduce the council. I think we have a couple that are gonna straggle back in, but we have Counselor Civil, Counselor Dolan, Counselor Ianella.
Good afternoon. How are you? Afternoon, sir.
Counselor Ziegler. Counselor Kennedy, I think will be back momentarily, and Counselor DiPaolo, and of course, I'm District 8, the Western Mass Counselor Tara Jacobs. So I think you really just have your witnesses. We're just gonna dive in on your witnesses. You didn't bring a posse with you. All right, so for your first witness, I want to call up Tyson, Tyson Fong. Come sit, stand, whatever makes you comfortable. And we look forward to hearing your words in support of Judge Groce.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tyson Fung, and I have known Judge Charles Groce for more than 10 years. During this time, I've practiced before him as a civil attorney, as an assistant district attorney, and now in my capacity as an assistant clerk magistrate in the Springfield District Court. Over the past 10 years, I've witnessed Judge Groce preside over hundreds of cases, including arraignments, pretrials, restraining and harassment orders, motions, and trials. Judge Groce has always displayed a positive attitude, attention to detail, knowledge of the law, and ability to resolve cases in a timely and efficient manner. He's respectful of all court staff, defendants, and he is highly respected amongst his colleagues. Prior to becoming the first justice of the Westfield District Court, Judge Groce was an associate judge in the Springfield District Court. Prior to that, he practiced as an attorney in his own successful criminal defense firm in Springfield, Massachusetts, where he represented clients in both the district and superior courts. Although his contributions to the legal profession have been numerous, I admire and am most impressed by Judge Groce's leadership in the Assisted Supervised Treatment Program, also known as the Drug Court. Judge Groce's passion, personality, and keen understanding of people gives him the ability to work with members of our community suffering from the affliction of substance abuse. The Drug Court program is the first of its kind in Western Massachusetts and has been acknowledged publicly for its many accomplishments throughout the years. I can stand before you today and tell you that I have personally witnessed Judge Groce and his team as they have saved lives in our community, helping people to overcome addiction while reducing recidivism amongst those who engage in the program. Judge Groce's experience practicing as an attorney in the district and superior courts, coupled with his years serving as a district court judge, make him uniquely suited to excel as a superior court justice. Judge Groce brings fairness, experience, and an excellent judicial temperament to the bench. He is a man of faith who loves his family and has positively touched the lives of countless defendants, students, and court staff throughout the Commonwealth. Judge Groce has inspired and paved the way for me and other future attorneys who look like me. I give Judge Groce my highest recommendation and unequivocal support and wholeheartedly recommend him for the position of Superior Court Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. That was powerful. Does anyone have any questions for this one? Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Medina, Associate Probation Officer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Medina. I am a probation officer at Hampden Superior Court, Springfield, Mass. I've known Judge Groce going on 3 years. I met Judge Groce at Westfield District Court when I started out as an associate probation officer. And I would just say Judge Groce has always been, since the first day I got there, very caring, very, very thoughtful in his process of how he works cases, how he speaks to others, how he treats people, very thoughtful. So I'm gonna start off here and just read some words from Mr. Groce. I support Charles Groce's nomination for one simple reason. He cares about his community and uplifting those who don't necessarily believe in themselves. I've seen Charles countless times offer a helping hand to those who've had struggles with addictions. His involvement in the drug court and offering a helping hand to individuals who really want help is something that does not go unnoticed by me. Mr. Groce is somebody that I call a tone setter. When it's time to go for someone when it's time for someone to hear the brutal, honest truth, he has no problem telling you the truth. When someone deserves praise, he has no problem giving praise. The most touching speeches that I've heard in my life come from Mr. Groce on the bench when I worked in Westfield District Court. The endless conversations about life that I've had with Charles have changed my life forever and how I look at the world. Judge Groce has shown me that it's not always about punishing those who need help. It's about offering a helping hand to those who are in desperate need of help. The impact that this man has had on his community and lasting impression he's made on me is a major reason why Charles Groce deserves this nomination. That's it.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. All right, next I'll call up Michelle Jackson, Director of Recovery Coaching at BHN in Springfield.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michelle and I stand before you today, not just as a graduate of the Springfield Recovery Court, but as someone whose life has been forever changed by the leadership and compassion of the Honorable Judge Charles Groce III.
Take your time, it's okay.
When I entered recovery court, I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I had lost my way, my hope, and to be honest, I had lost the belief in myself. But from the very first time I stood in front of Judge Groce in 2016, I could feel something was different. He didn't look at me like a case number. He looked at me like a person, someone worthy of a second chance. But more importantly, he believed that change was possible. Judge Groce brings more than legal expertise or knowledge into the courtroom. He brings heart, he brings vision. He understands that true justice doesn't just punish, it heals, it restores, and it uplifts. Through his leadership in the Springfield Recovery Court, thank you. Through his leadership in the Springfield Recovery Court, he's given countless people like me a chance to break cycles of addiction and step into a life of purpose. His commitment to restorative justice, his partnerships with recovery coaches and treatment providers, and his belief in second chances doesn't just check boxes, they save lives, including mine. Judge Groce leads with compassion, but he also leads with clarity and purpose. He holds people accountable. No shortcuts, no easy way out. But what sets him apart is how he balances firmness with humanity. He doesn't just enforce the law, he embodies it in a way that fosters healing, growth, and real justice. He understands that people don't recover in isolation, they recover in community with structure and support. He helped create that community. He has the rare ability to balance firmness with empathy. He doesn't just follow the law, he elevates it by seeing the whole person behind the case. I urge you to confirm Judge Charles Groce III, because when the right people sit on the bench, lives change. Mine did. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I would say thank you for your extraordinary public service. You're helping us all remember how important it is that every single person matters. Continue to support them in every way we can.
Thank you. Thank you. That really incredibly moving, incredibly impactful. And thank you for coming and sharing with us today. Really appreciate you being here. And with that, I turn the spotlight to you. You can share with us your personal statement as to why you wish to elevate to the Superior Court.
Thank you very much. Well, to the distinguished members of the Governor's Council and to all gathered here today observing these proceedings either in person or virtually, I first want to say good afternoon. My name is Charles William Groce III, and I am an Associate Justice of the District Court. I'm here today as the proud recipient of a nomination from Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for the position of Associate Justice in the Superior Court. I first want to thank the Governor and Lieutenant Governor for the honor of this nomination. I also want to thank the Governor's staff for all their support and encouragement during this most challenging process. I want to thank Ms. Valerie McCarthy, Ms. Sonia Altamirano, and their staff as well for supporting me again through this process. I want to thank the JNC, of course, for recommending me to the Governor. I want to thank my mom, Brenda, and father, Charles Jr., and of course, I want to make sure I thank my amazing wife, Rose. But finally, I want to thank you council members for the time and effort that you put into meeting with me, speaking with me, as well as so many other judicial nominees, and for the careful consideration that I know you put into reviewing our applications and making these important determinations. Now, in that application, I was asked to document things that I've accomplished in my career, which for me is both as a lawyer and as a judge, and so I did that. But I hope in that same application, I was also able to communicate something more important to you, and that's who I am as a person, what my values are, and where they come from. Because to me, that's just as important. See, I want to be able to express to you why I've done something as much as what I've done. I think it's more important than the thing itself. To me, it's all about motivation. What is your motivation? So it's been 13 years now since this council confirmed my nomination for the district court. And I want to be honest with you, that decision changed my life. I'm sure everybody says that, and of course it's true. But for me, the change was beyond what I could have imagined or dreamed. Simply put, it has been awesome. My sister Denise and I were raised to care about people. That's where we come from. We were raised to be empaths. We were raised to look for the good in people and to try to use our talents to make the world a better place. So when I first graduated from college, I thought about being a teacher or a social worker because these professions aligned with my core values. And I did work for a time at a battered women's shelter and then at a drug treatment center. But ultimately, I decided on law school because one, I love to read, I love to write, and I love to talk to people. And two, I believe the tool of the law would give me the best opportunity to help the largest amount of people in the most meaningful way. Well, that was the right choice for me because fast forward to today, and it's the law that has afforded me the privilege to serve the citizens of the Commonwealth in the way that I do. And I say privilege because from my perspective, the position only essentially requires that I continue to apply the interests, values, and beliefs that I've had my whole life. I'm going to be honest with you folks and tell you I literally love to go to work every day. Because I have the opportunity to impact people's lives in a real, tangible, meaningful way. And it's not just with the decisions that I make. It's also with how I listen and how I speak, how I interact, and how I connect with people. But speaking of the decisions, because someone always leaves disappointed. I am a judge and I recognize that. But what I found is that people respect those decisions, even when they may be disappointed with the results, because they see that those decisions have been the byproduct of patience, effective communication, a proper temperament, and sound reasoning. Now, this all makes perfect sense to me because oftentimes it's not what we say in life, but how we say it that makes the difference to the person receiving it. And I do think that to be a good judge, you first have to be committed to try to be a good person yourself. We spend a lot of time as judges talking about what's in the head, but we don't spend nearly enough time talking about what's in our hearts. And yet the heart matters just as much, if not more, because it's the heart, not the head, that can be hurt by this work, but it can also be healed by this work. The heart and the head need to have an equal place on that bench with us every day. I've learned this, I live this, and I'm very grateful that you folks gave me the opportunity to do this. So I guess in light of all that, it makes sense that I'd come back here today and ask you for another opportunity. The opportunity to now serve my community as a judge in the Superior Court. And while of course I'm excited about the different cases and complex fact patterns and issues, I'm equally excited about the opportunity to continue to care about people and to serve my community within the contours of this new role. And even though I know there will be issues and moments and challenges during this transition, I assure you that it will be okay. Because I love what I do, and equally important, I know why I'm doing it. And of course, I'm looking forward to working with and relying on my new colleagues for assistance during this transition. But I also hope that I can be an asset to them because of my amazing time in the district court and my experience there, and the experience I have in specialty courts regarding issues of mental health, substance use disorder, and trauma. And I think from what I remember of my Superior Court practice, they have those issues in Superior Court as well. Finally, I have been asked multiple times during this process, what would I hope to accomplish in the Superior Court? So here's my official, honest answer. First and foremost, I want to earn the respect of my colleagues. I want to work hard. I want to pay my dues. I want to establish myself as a competent and able jurist. Now, after that, I'd also love down the road maybe to be able to start a conversation and maybe even participate in the establishment of a specialty court and Superior Court. I'd be quite proud of those accomplishments. And I assure you that I will give my best efforts. So I'm going to ask this council to do for me the same thing this council did for me 13 years ago. Give me an opportunity to try. I have the feeling that it's going to be just as awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'll turn it over to council to offer their questions. Starting with Councilor Sims.
Judge Groce, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
As someone who has experience as an associate probation officer working with people in the community that has been impacted by mental health and substance abuse disorder, I know it is important to have a judge that is competent and that understands the importance of providing resources and access instead of incarceration. Given the opportunity that you'll have to become a superior court justice, what will you be doing on a higher level that you have not done on the district?
Well, I think there, Counselor, we're talking about the types of cases and the types of folks that are in the Superior Court. So in the district court, we might see someone suffering from substance use disorder who commits a larceny. In the Superior Court, you may see that same person, but they commit a home invasion. So the risk is more serious. The harm that society has a right to be concerned about more egregious, but the need is no less compelling, perhaps even more so in light of the nature of the offense and the extreme nature of the action. So I think from day one, at least I'll be able to bring a sensitivity and an understanding and old school, maybe a Rolodex of folks that I know in the community who are able to provide services and make suggestions to my colleagues, to probation officers, to district attorneys, to defense attorneys in a very real way that I think would be beneficial immediately. Because the truth of the matter is most people who come out of the Superior Court and who are sentenced, irrespective of the amount of time, they are coming back to the community. That is a reality. And so I think it is incumbent upon, well, for someone like me who has had the honor to look through that lens in the district court where we do concentrate and focus to bring that important perspective. I get the opportunity.
No other questions?
Thank you, Councilor Dolan.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see you here today, Judge Groce. I think you are exactly the sort of person who should be a Superior Court judge. But I still want to ask you a couple of questions.
Of course.
One is about, and thank you very much for coming out to Concord, for taking the time to meet with me.
Beautiful library.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I asked you at that time about what I consider one of the most important cases to come out of the SJC in recent years, which is Commonwealth versus Loma. And the SJC did, as you know, but for people who are watching who don't know, the SJC did something quite remarkable, which is that it changed the standard of proof to show racial bias in policing. I have a lot of respect for police. I'm a public defender, I work with police officers all the time. I know the good work that they do, and I appreciate absolutely all of it. But racial profiling is real. And what the SJC said was that if a defendant can show just a reasonable basis to believe that race may have been a factor, then the burden shifts to the prosecution to prove that race wasn't a factor. Now, statewide, the number of long motions that are allowed is very, very small. And I have to say that I find it doubtful that it was because so many long motions were without merit. So that's a concern that I have. And we talked about it, and you told me you've heard long motions, you've allowed long. So I'm not concerned about your capacity to hear and adjudicate them fairly. But if you could just talk to us about your understanding of long, issues that you see that could help us understand what's going on, that would be helpful.
Well, okay, so important concern that you raise, obviously. The FJC has, through that ruling, indicated, as you said, it's a legitimate issue. Does not mean it is always the case when it occurs, and I think that's an important distinction, but the defendant is entitled to the development, and if it meets the standard, to the utilization of the issue. They're entitled. I can't speak to why other judges are not allowing the motion. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do and unfair to them and unfair for me, I think. But what I can say is that what I've learned on the bench about any difficult decision is there is a necessity of courage that you have to have. It's a very, very, I could really not describe the job to anyone who had never held it. But you have to be comfortable making decisions that people are going to be disappointed and sometimes even upset with. If you feel that it is the proper thing to do, if the law applies, and if you believe that it is consistent with our ultimate obligation of justice. And so this characteristic of courage that is necessary for this most important position, I guess what the SJC has said to judges, to trial judges who are hearing these motions, be courageous. And if you see it, call it as you see it. And I certainly would not have a problem with that. I never have. But I also recognize that just because someone alleges that it is present does not mean that it is. I want to see the evidence. I'm going to make the determination. I'm going to apply the law. If I feel it applies, I will allow. If I feel it does not, I will deny.
Good. And I just wanted to ask you about your work and your leadership in specialty courts. First, by noting that, as we discussed, I think it was about 14 years ago, that Governor Patrick established a trial program with 2 homeless courts. And 14 years later, we have 2 homeless courts, neither of which are in Western Massachusetts. Obviously, there are homeless and unhoused people in Massachusetts. And clearly, homelessness is an issue for the people who come before you now, who will come before you when you are a Superior Court judge. And a significant factor in dealing with folks who are suffering from a substance abuse or an alcohol use disorder. Can you talk about the tension between the ideal and the idea that treatment is going to work and the practical reality that so often it falls short? And I was really moved by Michelle Jackson's testimony because I think she really demonstrated the importance of acknowledging that even when treatment initially fails, that we have to keep trying and keep trying as long as it takes.
I believe we have that obligation. I believe there is a duty that society has, to the best of its ability, to care for those of us who have been, who have suffered the most. And what I've seen in substance use disorder is consistent, with any, whether, any addiction really, is that it, attacks, the person's, spirit first and foremost, and then will destroy everything else, their relationships, their familial bonds, their way of living, their home, their job, everything. So when we get folks in our drug court, well over 50% are homeless and or in unstable or unsafe housing. And we understand that you can't have unreasonable expectations of people. If people don't have a place to lay their head, if folks don't have a safe space, if people can't find a place to be secure, then that's really got to be the first priority. And we often will say that if someone's in our drug court and the first month or two even they're testing clean, then they probably shouldn't have been in our drug court. Because we're talking about high risk, high need people. We're talking about people who have had sometimes decades in the criminal justice system, and entire foundations of their lives have been destroyed, their health, their welfare, their well-being. So I think probably with the homeless issue, because the other court, homelessness is a constant with all of these afflictions. So if you have mental health court, you got a person suffering from mental health, they're also usually suffering from substance use disorder. They're also probably homeless. If you have someone in our drug court, they also have a mental health disorder, either innately or organically prior to the addictive conduct, or as a result of the addiction and the traumas that they suffered, and they are homeless. Veterans, our veterans court, that's a huge issue for the veterans, the homelessness. So I think that probably what I would hope in the best case scenario is that these issues are being dealt with if these folks can be diverted to other programs. But your point is a good one. It has to be a priority because these are folks who are deserving of the resources that society can spend and the time that is, we have an unlimited supply of time, right? So, and I think what I found really in the drug court is that yes, it's the money and the resources, but really what dictates the success of a participant is the time that you spend. That's the most valuable thing, the relationship that you build. That will transcend some of the other gaps and holes in the resources that you have to patch up. If you show that you care and you spend the time with a person, that'll get them through a tough moment and get them back to you. And when you have that resource, then you can take care of them. Sure, of course.
Further questions?
Thank you. I'll pass it to Councilor Ziegler.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on getting to this stage.
Appreciate that.
We had a great conversation.
Yes, we did. Yes.
Last week, and it's refreshing to see that, you know, this is not your first rodeo. You've been for this body before. And so, you know, for me, you know, one of my first questions would be, what do you see as the greatest challenge transition, should it be confirmed, transitioning from district court to superior court?
For myself. Well, for sure, the work, you know, I'm looking forward to it. I did the work. I did the work as a superior court lawyer for over a decade, but the work is significant. The issues are complex. There is a certain rhythm to the district court. We operate on a pace that I would say is different, obviously, than the superior court. We deal high volume. Now, superior courts obviously have high volume, but the time that it is necessary to flesh out issues and make these important decisions is different than the time that we have available to us or that we utilize in the district court. So adjusting myself to that rhythm, reminding that portion of my brain about the work, and reacclimating myself to the research and the writing, it will be a challenge, not an insurmountable one, and not one that I'm not excited to take on and prepared to deal with. But I would have to be fair and candid and say, of course, it will be a challenge, but it's one that I understood when I put in the application, and I willingly accept and trust that I'm prepared to take it on.
And so you do have the experience in overseeing council and your
Yes,
interacting with council.
absolutely.
You talked about sort of how you would establish a mission, a test environment, and then how you would hold council accountable about the there was misrepresentation there, or they weren't prepared to properly connect their clients with resources. Can you talk a little bit more about that in your experience? Have you ever had an experience where you had to set the tone for counsel within your courtroom? What would you expect also, second part of the question, from counsel in this new role?
So I think, Counselor, one of the key things is when you say set the tone, this is really the essence of what a judge does. We set the tone for the courtroom. And one thing that is really key to me is I would not ask someone to carry a burden that I would not be prepared to carry myself. So I think for me, that principle is an abiding one that lets lawyers who appear in front of me know that I'm not expecting of them or asking of them something that they cannot fairly expect nor ask of me. Have I seen, whether it be defense counsel or district attorneys, mind you, or probation officers, who I thought were not meeting their obligations? Yes, it happens, but it is not a common occurrence at all. Because I think the majority of folks that go into these fields, probation, defense attorneys, district attorneys, they go into them for the right reasons. They're competent, they're skilled, they're qualified, they care. But having been a lawyer myself, I know that you can go into a courtroom and the judge can determine whether or not you're going to have a good day. And that's kind of that's a tough, you know, it's tough work. Probation does tough work. Defense attorneys do tough work. DAs do tough work. So my job is to help folks get through the tough work, not to make it tougher. But if there's something going on, if a defendant has not received his discovery, rather than embarrass someone or make it some sort of an issue, we say, okay, second call. Let's get this person their police report. If a defense attorney is telling me that the district attorney has not turned something over, okay, let's get this sorted out, because my goal is to make sure that this justice system runs smoothly, orderly, and efficiently. The rules are there to assist us in that regard. We have the benefit of those rules. If we follow the rules, generally speaking, we're going to avoid these issues because it should not be left up to anyone's interpretation. So does it happen? Yes. Have I seen it? Of course. Is it prevalent, common, constant, or commonplace? No. And I like to think by and large, it's because I hold myself to a particular standard. And I think the lawyers recognize that. And they want to make sure that they're doing their job right, because folks believe in that principle that if I do my job right, and you do your job right, and probation does their job right, then the system works right. That's what we believe. That's why we're in this profession. We believe in this principle. So I recognize, and it is a valid concern. Of course it is. And we also have the ability to screen the work that people do. In my profession, I can get screened. People can file complaints. They can appeal decisions I make. Attorneys can have complaints filed against them. District attorneys can have complaints. And we are comfortable with this uncomfortable reality, because it does ensure to some degree that people are going to be efficient, effective, and deal in a professional way, because we know that your work is going to be scrutinized. So I think that also is a built-in sort of checks and balances system that assists in reducing the amount of that we might hear from one individual's narrative. People have had bad days, but that does not mean that we have a bad system.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
We did talk about this a little bit, prior during our conversation. Another thing that you had brought up when we talked about this before was So you're not afraid to ask lawyers for a more comprehensive background on their clients.
100%.
More, a fuller picture.
Absolutely.
To, and then we also went deeper into a conversation around reducing recidivism and how, by initiating this practice of getting a fuller background of the clients, that can really forward that goal. So I appreciate that perspective, because
Yes.
this is a very impactful position, and,
Yes.
decisions that come down from this bench, are lasting, right? Life-changing. In the Superior Court, what changes would you be looking to make as to how the court operates?
Well, I'd like to get there first, if you don't mind.
We're working on it, and in progress.
So circle back. Sure. So again, I'll go with this. It's difficult work. It was some of the most exhilarating and challenging work that I ever did, but it is difficult work. And so what I would like to bring to my colleagues is a better understanding of trauma, secondary trauma, the trauma that not only folks have suffered that brings them in front of us, but also the trauma that we ingest in dealing with these very, very difficult circumstances, and the impact that that has on us as human beings, because this role, as important as it is, judges are human beings. And a sensitivity to that, I think, has traditionally been lacking. I think that we have convinced ourselves that to be cold and callous is to be competent. And I think that you could not be more wrong. In fact, I will tell people all the time that being a judge does not mean that I've relinquished my humanity. In fact, it has been exacerbated. I feel everyone's pain, because from that position, you see everything and you understand the impact of dysfunction, decades in families, trauma in families. We see the end result, but what I want to know is, how did we get here? Because I am making these impactful decisions, or Superior Court judges are making these impactful decisions. One of the fundamental principles of being a judge and issuing a sentence is you want to know as much about the person as you possibly can. And I think we have to get back to that fundamental principle. Let's find out as much as we can about the person's background, their ACE scores, the trauma they may have suffered, mental, emotional health diagnosis. Not just a Corey, not just that. There has to be more than that. And this is something that, again, I don't know in fairness how things are operating in the Superior Court now, because I've not been there in 13 years. But I know when I was there, these things were not being discussed. And certainly not with the frequency that was necessary. And the road to the Superior Court was not being recognized as a road that was littered with mental health, trauma, and substance use disorder. But of course it is. Of course it is. So I hope that my presence and what I've been able to experience in the district court and the focus and concentration will be a benefit to my colleagues, an asset to my colleagues, and an asset to the court. That's what I'm hoping. And that it can go from individual conversations to maybe something more fundamental and structural along the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
And also during our conversation, you talked about the value of having more social workers in the court system as well, which aligns with what you've elaborated here today.
I would love that. I would love if the trial court had social workers in every court. To me, that's the next level. That has to be the next level. We have to look at this, the reality of what it is. People are not coming into our courts with a single problem. It doesn't work like that. No one is coming in with just, I've got this one issue. Can you solve? It's like if you go to the ER right now in any urban area and you go to the emergency room, no one's going in there with one problem. They've got multiple issues. They have a major thing that's bringing them there. Like in our courts, the major issue is what? The home invasion. That's the major issue. But underneath that, there's all of this dysfunction, lack of education, trauma, child sexual abuse, all these things that happened, homelessness, all these things, these collateral consequences and these other ailments. And I think that social workers would help us because of their training and their eye and their understanding to be able to get better backgrounds, understand better treatment plans. You know, I had a law school professor that used to tell us that the law was in the books. The goal was to learn to think like a lawyer. And I think when I think about where we are today in our society, these issues are bigger than the law in that way. They're fundamental human issues that the law intersects because it must, because we need order, we need safety, we need security. But people also need to know and rely on the fact that our system is going to give them as much help as we can in these moments, because our goal is what? For them not to reoffend. Our goal is for them to be able to participate meaningfully. Our goal is for them to heal themselves and put us out of business, if possible. At least that should be what we shoot for. So yes, I fully support social workers. I'd love to have it be a position that the trial court would be able to hire, and judges like myself would be able to utilize them to get better understandings of people, to get workup, sentencing, background, referrals for services. I think it would be a fundamental revolutionary change and allow us to deliver our product of justice much better.
Thank you so much. It's clear that you're very knowledgeable and that you have a vision. And I just wanted to note that we received quite a few letters of recommendation for your candidacy. I'm newer to the council, but in my tenure here, this has been received the most recommendations of any other candidate that we've had before us. So thank you for putting your hat in the ring.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. Councilor Kennedy?
I voted for you 13 years ago. I don't think I'm gonna change my opinion. But I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
And I told you what they were gonna be. Tell me what happened in Fall River with the lawyer that got locked up.
I took a look at the story to the extent that I could, and we both know that the story, we have to use caution, at least in terms of making final judgments based on reports until we see it fleshed out. I would love to listen to
The FTR.
I would love to have listened.
It was pretty accurate.
So you are in a better position than I. I will say this, your point is well taken. I could not foresee a circumstance, with the exception of a safety issue, a safety disruption issue, a security issue, that would ever, under any circumstances, require or necessitate an act like that.
Okay. You know what happened? I'm not gonna belabor it like I did with the past nominee, but I got my point across, but it starts out with a dispute over the fact that a Rule 17 motion had been filed. Are you aware of that?
I think I saw that, but that's how it, yes.
And in my opinion, the lawyer, assuming it's all true, he said, "I'm sorry, Judge, that this isn't filed. I was sick and the prosecutor was sick." Can you think of a better excuse? A better, I don't want to use the word excuse, a better reason to continue a Rule 17, a discovery motion? Right?
Agreed. No, I could not.
Okay, all right, so it starts out with the judge being apparently extremely agitated that it wasn't filed. And apparently it included newly found exculpatory evidence that they were looking for. Now, you would agree with me, no matter what the circumstances in a criminal case, if there's exculpatory evidence out there, even if it causes a delay, you gotta get it.
And it's likely to and supposed to cause a delay, so defense and defendant.
You gotta get it.
Correct.
You don't get it, what's gonna happen?
You could have a conviction.
It's gonna get tipped.
Or flipped, right, if you get a conviction, absolutely. That's correct.
So.
Best interest of the system to make sure that happens.
So you gotta get it, all right? So this particular judge, and I haven't said his name, but he didn't like it. Wanted to know when he found out about it. All of this happened in about 3 minutes, by the way. 3 minutes. And this lawyer got locked up. Because the judge didn't like the way the lawyer physically was acting in court, in his mannerisms, and that he wouldn't look at him. You've been sitting as a judge now for 13 years. I'm sure you've had many people in your courtroom, lawyers and otherwise, that you didn't particularly like the way they were talking to you or looking at you.
It happens, it's not.
Yeah, of course it does.
Sure, yes.
It happens to me all the time. Judges don't like the way I look at them.
I can't help it, Council.
Chief Justice was shooty, but that's beside the point. So anyway, so no, that happens. People go in there, they, look, anybody can have a bad day. A judge can have a bad day.
Agreed.
A lawyer can have a bad day. But can you ever justify having a bad day with putting a man in shackles who's trying to practice law?
No.
Okay, now, at some point, the lawyer's trying to give an argument and he gets cut off by the judge. And he said something awful to the judge. Terrible.
What did he say?
My client has a right to be heard, Your Honor.
It doesn't sound that bad. I mean, it's true.
It's not that bad. That's doing your job.
I don't disagree.
So, after he said that, the judge said to him, be careful what you say next. And as the lawyer started to talk, never got anything out, he was put into custody. Put in shackles. You practice law.
Did.
Can you imagine that?
It's funny, as you're saying this, I'm reflecting on some pretty heated exchanges I had with judges, and nothing like that ever occurred.
This heated exchange was all one way.
Yeah.
It didn't come from the lawyer. The lawyer in this case did absolutely nothing wrong, period. By the way, when the judge did come out on the bench, you know what he was looking at? A courtroom full of defense lawyers. Now, he already had a reputation of being a little arrogant, to be honest with you.
Sure.
I have appeared in front of him on a few occasions, not many. I kind of noticed it. But in any event, he takes this guy into custody, and you know what happens next? The Chief Justice called him. Not party to the conversation, but she got a call from the head of CPCS, got the story and said, let him out. Chief Justice Forts calls you under that circumstance, what would you do?
Well, I've received calls from our Chief Justice, not for that, thank the good Lord. But I certainly have received calls, and the chief is the chief. And I was raised to respect authority. He's a fantastic leader, someone I respect and admire greatly. I would do what
You know what he did?
he advised me to do.
He ignored him. Okay, so 12:30 comes around. And there's a lawyer from CPCS ready to defend this lawyer. Okay? The clerk goes in, as was reported back to the lawyer, and says, we're ready to go. And he says, I'm doing writing. I'll do it after lunch. He didn't do it after lunch. He came out at 3:30. 6 hours in jail. You know what the judge said when he came out? He says his attitude, his facial expression is contemptuous. You know what I find is contemptuous? Locking a lawyer up because of his facial expression. It's one of your colleagues. I'm sure you've met him. I'm sure you know him. He said, maybe I could be a little more patient. not an apology. And then he went on to say, I know that I'm gonna get heat from my superiors and heat from lawyers for that, but I'm willing to take that if I can teach a lawyer how to act in court. Take your job.
Not in that way, no. That's a very, what I would say, the word, I want to be careful about the word I would use, but no, that is not our job to do that.
Lawyers are getting abused by judges in terms of how they're being treated in terms of case management, especially in the Superior Court. Judge Risciuti's heard me say this over and over today, okay? Bar advocates, you have a severe shortage of them in Western Mass, right?
Yes.
I know a couple of guys that moved out from here and started doing it. There's a severe shortage everywhere. You know there's about to be a work stoppage because of the pay?
I didn't know it was coming, but I've lived through two of those already, one when I was a lawyer and one as.
I remember the last one.
Sure.
I'd walk into court and the clerks and judges would be begging me to take cases because people are in lockup and they didn't have a lawyer, and I wouldn't do it. I never did bar advocate work, but I wouldn't do it. Since the last hearing, I found out that in Superior Court, they get $85 an hour. I don't know what they're paying out of state, but District Court, they get $65 an hour. Rhode Island pays 115, Maine pays 125. You see a problem?
I do. I mean, when I was a lawyer, I saw a problem. So for sure, I recognize this.
Do you think they should get abused when they're underpaid?
Well, they shouldn't get abused no matter what. Just because you're over.
When I say abuse, this is what I want, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about this situation where somebody's locking them up. Obviously, that shouldn't happen. That should never have happened. And we've addressed this before in this council. We addressed it when it happened over the BMC, when a lawyer was locked up for arguing case law. We addressed it with a judge from Worcester who's now on the appeals court, who locked a lawyer up. And believe me, we took him over the coals for that when he was at his hearing for the appeals court. Big time. Councilor Jubenville really went after him for that, and justifiably so. He at least had remorse right away. Within an hour, he regretted what he did a lot. Pretty clear. Okay? That's a bad day.
Yeah.
And you immediately know you're wrong and you admit it. This guy doesn't think he's wrong. He didn't think he did anything wrong. By the way, he was rewarded for his behavior. He got moved to a better court, a better location, closer to home. So what's happening is, there's a shortage of, and I use Suffolk as an example because I'm more familiar with that. They have like no bar advocates for the next 3 months. There's nobody on the list, all empty days. Because of the stoppage that's coming, they're not taking days, okay? And they're gonna go into total panic mode, and all of a sudden, people are gonna start to care. Because they didn't before. When they're shot, there's no bar advocates on Monday, there's none on Tuesday, there's none on Wednesday. What do you think happens to the guy who shows up, a woman who shows up on Thursday?
Well, you get bombarded.
They get bombarded with all the cases, serious cases.
6 months worth of cases in one.
Exactly, in one day. And then they're there 2 weeks later and get another 6 months worth of cases. And you know what the judges are doing to them? You gotta be ready for trial right away. You're going next month, you're going in 6 weeks. And they're denying continuances over and over and over. One of the things about being on this job, and I voted for you 13 years ago, I've been doing it 15 years. One of the things I hear, I never hear much about good judges. I haven't heard much about you till you got nominated. I heard good things.
It's a good thing.
I hear about the people complain about.
Sure.
And I hear about them a lot. And I hear about the abuse that people are subjected to in terms of time standards, in terms of moving cases, when they're underpaid, overworked, and their clients in lockup, because most of them are in Superior Court lately for some reason.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you one other set of questions and then I'm gonna wrap up.
Okay.
Went a lot longer on the earlier guy, so I got my point of 58 days, are they overused?
Oh, Well, I mean, in the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts,
Yeah,
don't,
how about in your county?
not presume. I can tell you what happens in Westfield.
That gonna be what?
Westfield, where I sit, I'm the presiding justice in Westfield, so no. I think they're properly used. We have the benefit of having a
Okay,
fantastic.
I go into Westfield Court next week, okay? You're on the bench, you don't know me.
Okay.
I show up on a domestic. DA files for 58A hearing. You hold my client for 3 days?
Well, you know the answer to that.
I don't.
Well, the law.
Well, I know what the law is. I don't know what your answer.
Well, what I'll say to you then, I'll say, counsel, are you challenging the predicate offense? And if you say
How
no,
about good cause?
well, the law says shall be.
No, the law says, the case law says they have to show good cause for the continuance. Give me a reason why they can't do it that afternoon or that day without putting someone in jail for 3 days.
Well, that's a separate issue, so I missed that.
No, that is the issue I'm bringing
No,
up.
I missed that in the question. So what you say is you come in on a domestic, they file a 58A, and then you say to me, you're ready to go.
Right.
Right, that part I missed that part.
I'm ready.
Okay. Then you're,
DA says I want 3 days.
then they have to show good cause. You're correct. That's the law.
Okay, so they say, well, we want to reach out to the victim.
I have to make sure that I'm comfortable that the reason that is given to me is not pro forma, that it is substantive.
That's what you're getting is pro forma most of the time in those cases. I see that over and over. And what happens is you show up 3 days later and they say, okay, let's agree to conditions. Or they go forward on the paperwork, which you could have done that day, and the person gets out. I had somebody held. I used this example before. I wasn't there when they were initially held. You're gonna be shocked to hear this, but a mother and a daughter had a fight over her cleaning her room. And it turned into the fact that the mother then shoved the daughter because she was swearing at her.
Okay.
She got arrested. She was brought to Salem District Court, no record. She was actually a legal secretary in my town for somebody else, in her 50s. On a Thursday, she got locked up. I come in on Monday and got her out. It was the most horrifying experience she ever had in her life. She didn't bathe for 4 days. She didn't eat for 4 days. On those facts, a judge held us for 3 days, but it was more because of the weekend.
They had found.
And then they went forward on the papers.
Okay.
Some judges just automatically hold people. DA asked for 3 days. As you started, I have no choice because it's the law. That's not what the law is.
Well, in fairness to me, though, I did not hear that you were ready to go. Now that you've clarified.
Obviously, if I need a continuance, you have to give it to me. 7 days. But my point is, most of these people, well, in my opinion, a lot of them shouldn't be held. And it's for cases they're never going to jail on. Why are we holding them for 3 days?
So I will say this, because I respect everything that you said, and I too.
Most people don't.
No, I don't feel that way at all. The position you hold, you're receiving communications from folks in the community who are outraged by things that people in my profession have.
I just gave you. Mother-daughter shoving match over in the room.
So there's a lot of points in that where you would hope that cooler heads and a more holistic approach would prevail. So if you tell me that a mother and daughter got into a fight over them cleaning the room, and what you said is there was a shove, then the first.
In my opinion, it doesn't belong in court at all, but that's beside them.
So that's one issue, right? Okay, that's the first issue is the police make a decision. They have discretion. We don't control the police. They have discretion.
Well, not really. Domestic statute says shall arrest.
Okay, so okay, fair enough. But now we come in, the district attorney has some measure of discretion.
That's the day for another argument.
Right, and then the judge.
I'm not going there today. We'll be here till midnight.
I respect that. So what I hear from you is on all 3 levels, this woman was failed. That's what I hear.
She was what?
Failed. We failed. The system failed this woman.
Completely.
On all 3 levels.
The case got, you don't know where the case went.
Nowhere.
Yeah, got dismissed. Of course it did.
So what I have the benefit of, because of my experience as a criminal defense lawyer, and also in the special is we are looking, I'm not gonna say restorative justice per se, but I would look at a situation like that right off the bat and say, wait a minute, what's the likelihood that this is going forward? Are these folks trying to reunify? I have a mother and a daughter. These things happen. Let's work some way with no record to make this least onerous as possible for us to try to help these folks and get them back out into their lives without any further.
And that's what happened eventually,
Eventually,
after 5 days in jail.
I understand, but I'm talking about if you're in front of me. This is how I do things in the Westfield District Court.
That lawyer, by the way, that you work for, about a year ago, moved into my office, and she's still his secretary. She's still there.
Well, that's good. I'm happy to hear that.
But she spent that time in jail, which was, to me, it's just beyond belief.
So I just want to say one last thing. I don't know if you finished, Counselor, but I do want to say one thing about just overall about the job and a principle that I have. I believe that as a judge, you should take your obligations and opportunities seriously, but not yourself. That's what I believe. And what I think is that some of my colleagues pervert that. And they take themselves seriously, more serious than their obligations and the opportunities that they have. And
Not all of them, but some.
some, we're human. We're human.
Not most of them, but some.
Well, we're human. We have lawyers. We have mostly good lawyers. We have some bad ones. We have district attorneys. We have mostly good ones. We have some bad ones. We have police officers. We have mostly good ones. We have some bad ones. We have teachers. So we're just human. There's nothing special or unique about being a judge. We're human. We're trained. We have a super important obligation and an amazing opportunity to bring justice to a community.
Okay, my last question.
Yes, sir.
What are you gonna do when you don't have any lawyers, when you're sitting in Superior Court over the next 2 months, when you're sitting in the can? Can't get out.
Right, so I've been confirmed.
I think Judge, I think you know how to count,
Yes.
and I think that you get the message that you're in pretty good shape right now.
All right, so it's a legit issue. I don't have that problem in Westfield, and I think part of the reason is because folks don't mind coming to practice in front of me.
Well, I don't know if it's filtering all the way out to Western Mass about the pay, but I know that come the 31st of May, there are not gonna be lawyers available in Middlesex County, Essex County, Suffolk County, and Norfolk County.
So the pay issue is a legitimate one. It's a public, it's such an important service to public safety, to access to justice, to
It's about being fair to people that are
fairness.
working hard,
So this is
giving them a fair wage.
an issue that I would hope the legislature is gonna look at and deal with sincerely, because turning it into, allow it to become a crisis is.
They're not gonna look at it until it's a crisis. That's what happened last time, right? It became a crisis. You were there.
I do, I remember.
It became a crisis, right? And then what happened?
Then there was a pay raise.
Exactly. I'm all set, Judge. I'm voting for you next week. Like I said at the beginning of our conversation, I made the right decision 13 years ago. There's no reason to change my mind.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. I move it over to Councilor Trapani.
Thank you, Counselor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I really appreciate what my colleagues, let me open by accolading the council. This council is amazing. We all come with sincere, earnest, perspectives on how to improve the justice system.
Wasn't that sincere?
Wasn't able to get my caveat in.
Yeah, that's right.
But I really appreciate what in particular just now Councilor Kennedy was talking about, and he raised some more issues this morning. And I reflect on in 2017, in front of the Worcester Courthouse, I met someone who became a good friend, Adrian Angus. And it just, I won't go onto this tangent, but in a Commonwealth that is so purportedly pro-labor, the public defenders can't organize, is my understanding. They've been prevented from organizing. So that's an aside, and maybe that would help some of these issues. Judge, could you treat me like I'm completely ignorant, which is only slightly more than should be baseline? The court-assisted supervised treatment.
Yes.
AKA drug court.
Yes.
Could you describe why someone is there and not in traditional district court?
Sure.
And what happens to, how they end up there and then what their path is like?
Sure.
Kind of briefly, but could you give that overview?
Okay, sure. So we have a screening process. So if someone comes into the drug court in one of two ways, they can either plead in to the drug court if you have a case in the pretrial status, or you can come in through a violation of probation. So there's two portals, and sometimes, most times people come in through both. They have probation, they picked up a new charge. It is a high risk, high need program. So you have to put in, it's a voluntary program as well. So you have to put in an application. So what I will do is I will order people to be screened for the program. But ultimately, you have to agree to go into the program. So I can order you to be screened. I can order you to participate in that as part of your release conditions or what have you. But once screened, if you meet the criteria of high risk, high need, and we do two screenings, we do a psychosocial screening and we do a criminogenic screening. And then the clinician will determine whether or not you meet the criteria for substance use disorder is the primary, and I'm probably not using the correct language, Michelle could help me, but if it's the primary sort of cause of your criminal behavior. Because sometimes we'll have folks who always mental health and substance use. And so they may be more appropriate for our mental health court. So we do divert people to mental health court. But let's say you have a violation of probation, you have a new case, the probation violation is because you picked up the new case while on probation, you've been screened, and you've been found to be high risk, high need, and you don't have any of the offenses or things on your background or record that would make you ineligible. Crimes of extreme violence, sexual crimes, arson, things of that nature. And you can't have any open cases. So we have to be able to resolve everything in this one fell swoop. So I can't resolve, you put you in drug court in Springfield, but you got open cases in Springfield and you got open cases over here and there. But we have a transfer policy, and we've been doing it long enough that we've got great relationships with other courts, and our Raj was able to set up Judge Conley to where we'll be able to take your, so if you have an open case in Greenfield, our district attorney can call over there and say, hey, we're going to take that case. And so we fold everything and we do it global. So if you meet all the criteria, you don't have any of the offenses that would make you ineligible, you are high risk, high need, and you agree, then you can become a member of our program. It's an 18-month program. We have 5 phases. It's extremely rigorous. It's demanding in the sense that you're required to show up, to be honest, to participate. We have proximal and distal goals. We look at what can I expect from you right away, which is to show up. Okay. What can I expect long term? We don't want to put the cart before the horse. We follow the treatment plan that our clinician has put in place, whether it's residential or is it perhaps community wraparound services, IOPs, et cetera. Drug screening is always a component of it. You meet regularly with probation. We assign you a peer support or recovery coach. We assign in our program, we assign you a lawyer too. We call a drug court advocate, which is extremely helpful as sort of an ally for you in the process. And what ends up happening is the drug court advocate actually assists the drug court participant in things that are non-drug court related, but have happened as a result of the addiction. Like we've had lawyers help folks get their visits with their children, get their benefits reconnected through Social Security, help get their driver's license restored. So it gives them a comfortable ally because they're familiar with the criminal justice system. So they have a lawyer. If you're in our first 2 phases, you come see me every week. As you progress in your phases, your reporting is staggered. So you might come every 2 weeks, then every 30 days. And then finally, when you hit phase 5, I think you only show up maybe I don't even know if you show up once, and then you finish, and then we get you into we have a 30-day observation period. And then we have graduation, which is our best.
So it sounds like a lot of community partnerships are necessary.
Tons.
To get that done, and it's
Tons.
been alluded to a couple of times, and you're hearing this afternoon.
Yes.
And so to me, that indicates the importance of someone, yourself, having familiarity with the community where they preside.
100%.
I did receive communication ahead of this hearing from Attorney Ed Carcasinas, Worcester County DA's office. Do you remember?
I'm familiar.
You sat in Worcester very briefly when you first took the
When I
bench.
first started, oh yeah, sure.
He said, if I may.
Sure.
Oh, I thought I had it called up. Apologies. Here it is. Great jurist, fair and perfect temperament. Conversation around the office verified this at Worcester County DA's office. I bring him up because he's someone who's so familiar with the community in Worcester. Great analog here for what's going on. I want to transition really briefly. I apologize. I was out of the room having a conversation when Councilor Ziegler went, but I came in and heard discussion of what sounded like cycles of trauma and the impact that things have. And so I just want to ask you briefly about your understanding or your of brain development and where it fits in our justice system in the Commonwealth right now.
So, obviously the Mattis case is the guide for us. And, what we understand the science is that the brain does not fully form until 25, approximately. But the Mattis case limits its holding to 18 to 20 working adults. It is better than what it was. But I'm sure there are advocates in the community, and rightfully so, feel that it is not enough. But what it also does, however, is it gives the discretion and the leeway to the court to be able to consider these critical brain development factors in its disposition. Now, here again, we're talking about this interplay though between the executive and the judicial. If the executive decides to charge where there is a minimum mandatory, like a first degree, then there's very little discretion for the judicial in terms of what it can do. It can make findings, it can say, but for, here's what I would do. But it is limited, and this is the nature of our system. We don't have to like it, but we work within it, and we understand that it has served us well hundreds of years in this way. But what I hope is that the Mattis case gives our community a better understanding of how we should deal with this population. And when you do have discretion to get as much information as you can, to consider these factors that the Mattis case outlines, and to make determinations in terms of sentencing that are consistent with the ultimate goal, which is to allow for a rehabilitation of this young person, understanding that their brain has not fully developed.
I agree. It seems that this is an area where maybe, as sometimes happens, the courts can lead the rest. So for folks like me who might think there's arguments to be made that juvenile jurisdiction should be looked at more closely, I think things like Mattis point the way, and the findings of facts that happen below it in the Superior Court. And just to put a point on it regarding my personal concerns, childhood trauma exacerbates, delays that development that happens. And I would suspect that were that evidence to be presented, that it's something that merits consideration as well within the framework of all this.
I would agree.
Are we gonna see Assistant Clerk Fung before us anytime soon if your seat opens up?
I hope so. I certainly do hope so,
We
sir.
always need good folks to be applying, so.
I hope so. Yes.
But not before someone from Worcester gets up.
Okay.
Let's take it easy.
That's fair.
Everything I've heard about you from your time on the bench and the discussion today has been very positive for me, so I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I very much appreciate that.
Thank you. I just want to echo how much I appreciate this council and the nature of the questions that have been asked and I, not least because it has sparked from you just so much more inspirational output than even I had experienced before, and that's saying quite a lot because I have attended one of your graduations, drug court, incredibly moving, powerful experience. And to echo Counselor Ziegler, we have received incredibly positive outpouring of support on your behalf that just are consistently using the same kind of powerful language to describe the impact you've had in the community and support for you to all of these people are quite certain you'll be equally stunning in Superior Court. Just to give you a smattering, we heard from multiple judges, some retired, some sitting. We heard from forensic psychologists and clinical psychology professors from Columbia, from the dean of the law school, the Winnick Law School, the head of CPCS. The list goes on. It's an impressive array of people, but the consistent message that comes through is one that just resonates with how much impact you've had. And I hope you've received this packet. If you haven't, I'll make sure you get it because it's just
Thank you. I would like
gonna make you blush. We've talked at length. I have known you long enough that I have been nothing but wildly encouraging and excited to see you in this moment and hope to watch you beyond. So I am not going to belabor what's already been a long day for everyone with more questions. I will just say that I am very much looking forward to putting your name forward for a confirmation vote from the council and look forward to continuing to watch your career. So thank you all. I'm gonna close the hearing.
Thank you.